Mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2.
Okay. First call, Class 2 Simmentals and Class 2 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area.
One, two, three, four. Check. Mr. Mike Swan, report to the livestock office.
Hereford entries number 6 and number 12. Please make your way to the makeup area. Your class is entering the ring at this moment. This is a second call for Class 2, Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. This is the last call for Hereford entry number 6. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Well, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition here in Louisville, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here ringside or in the stands here in Broadbent Arena, we ask that you stand for the playing of our national anthem. From the phone because it goes on to the next song.
This is the third and final call for Class 2 Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. This is the first call for Class 3 Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. Entry number 19, Herefords, please make your way to the makeup area immediately. Class 3 Simmentals and Herefords, please make your way to the makeup area. This is the third and final call for Class 3 Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. Third and final call.
Well, good morning. Certainly is my pleasure to be back here at the North American. Certainly am honored and excited to come out here and evaluate your junior Hereford show. I think we got an excellent class, a big class to start off our day. Just a young June heifer here to go ahead and start. And the longer she's out here, I think one that I'm just the most comfortable with in terms of her build, her outline, her look. Female that's smooth-shouldered. She's gorgeous in terms of her body depth and symmetry for this young age. Got the right amount of muscle and the right shape to her muscle pattern. Female has got an ample amount of bone and foot size underneath her. I think she's acceptable in the way she gets around the ring. Might like to lay her back just a touch there in the angle to her knee, but one that puts together an awful lot of nice pieces. Heifer I struggle with just a little bit is the one here in second because of this entire class. She's probably the loosest constructed. I love her ability to get out and grab ground there off of her rear too. A female that's got a little bit of extra give there in the center of her spine. I think that allows her to go just a little bit more mobile than the two heifers there right after her. For me, the question you got to ask yourself is, does she hook up good enough there in terms of her forerib? She's got a little more shoulder to her, a female that wants to run downhill just a touch as you study her from the profile, but one that's got a lot of really big, cool pieces to go ahead and breed on. Really a striking heifer here. The young lady's dark red heifer. She's done such a good job of getting this one presented and shown. And from the profile, I love this one's silhouette. Long-bodied, long spine, gorgeous in terms of her underline. Female that gives us a nice shape there as you study her from hooks to pins. For me, we need to relax this one in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. Just allow her to get out and take a longer and freer stride there off of her front end. But I like that one's outline and silhouette a great deal. You know, the next pair of cattle, perhaps a bit of give and take. For me, the young lady's heifer here just offers us a little more product. This is perhaps the most muscular, stoutest back, thickest ended female in class. One for me I'd like to change just a touch with all that extra power she wants to roach up there in the center of her back. Maybe just a little rounder in the shape to her hip, maybe not quite as extended as a few of those that go in front of her or behind her, but I do like her product and her substance. Really a striking, fresh conditioned heifer here that comes next, maybe the coolest fronted one of the group. Tremendously long-sided. Certainly one that's a little greener in terms of her condition, and that's okay. With a little more time on feed, we just need to see this one develop in terms of her width and her dimension and her body. Today, there's just not enough calf. The heifer exiting the ring right behind her, one that I like in terms of her bone, but could use a touch more body and balance for me. We conclude the class with a heifer that's easy enough keeping and got a bright future in that regard. I'd like to just see a little more depth of flank, a little more squareness of hip, but a good class and a great way to start out.
Well, when I started having the opportunity to judge some shows, I always thought it was pretty redundant for a judge to say it's an honor and a privilege to be here today, but it certainly is, in my opinion, to get to judge this Simmental show. And we start very fast with our May calves here. I think this is really 3, 4, 5 deep, really, really good ones. Heifer that's going to win on the front end is just so dialed in 12 o'clock. In my opinion, for this age. From nose to tail, she blends herself incredibly well. I think in terms of just the place in between 1 and 2, this one probably steps up a little squarer and wider through her chest floor, fills into her upper rib a little better, and then again from there, she's so good and comfortable in her joint work and how she goes about the ring, stopping plants and everything just blends together incredibly well, and that's why she starts. I really love the cow potential in the future of the red heifer in second. She's got as big a pieces as any. She might be just a little neater about the top side of her neck and just a little sleeker and more extended than the heifer that gets around her. She's probably a little deeper and softer from forerib back to flank. So gigantic pieces, I think, moving forward. As we allude to, compared to our class winner, I do think she closes and toes out just a little bit up front. Today she's a little emptier, probably more than anything in her upper rib, so maybe doesn't blend just quite as nice. You talk about one that's incredibly good on her feet and legs, incredibly cower in her body, and really balanced. I think that one plays real well for the next year or two. Heifer that's coming in third's got as big a pieces as any. She's very striking and very well presented today. I love how up-headed she is, how high she ties her head and neck and the top side of her shoulder. She's extremely balanced from there back. Her shape's right. My big deal with this one is probably just she looks like she's growing a little bit yet. She gets a little up and down. She's not as soft in her center body. And compared to the top trio, really the top 4 on the go, she's just a little more upright on either ends of her skeleton and how she hits the ground. So probably just needs to slow down and fill out and be a little softer in that top trio. That's really good. Baldy is very, very good in 4. That one's got as big a breeding pieces as any. Big feet, big legs, goes really, really soft. To be that stout-featured muscular, she goes really soft on her feet and legs. I love the shape and the blend she's got. She's striking up front. She needs the most time to put all that power together. When you get behind her and on a three-quarter view, she's a little rounder in terms of her shoulder, a little greener in terms of her center body. If she'll fill in and soften, she runs her way all the top side of the class because she's got as big of breeding pieces as any within this set. Female coming in next year, I think she's got a lot of quality. She too sharp about her head necks, balancing her top line, lots of shape. She too just gets a little rounder everywhere, round her shoulder, round her hip, and she's really good in terms of the bend back to her knee, but she compensates a little bit because I think she's a little straight in her shoulder as she goes. Good basic kind of female coming in next. Cowy bodied, moderate, gets a little frailer footed and just a little plainer all the way around. We bring in 2 heifers coming in next that are just greener. Young man, I love your little striped face heifer coming in next. That one's going to be really good for you moving down the road. She just looks greener and younger than some of these cattle, to be quite frank. She's as striking as any, just gives up too much. Same thing for the heifer that comes in next. Wrap up with the heifer that's got a little more volume and substance, just gets a little plainer within this particular class. Great way to start out the Simmental show. Congratulations to your winner.
This is the first call for Class 4 Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area.
Once again, we'd like to welcome you to the Junior Hereford Show. We'd also like to introduce our judge today, Mr. John Sweeney of Cedarville, Ohio. Results of class number 1 in first place goes to entry number 2, Showtime Kiana 427, exhibited by Weston and Barrett Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. In second place goes to entry number 9, HR 704E Penny 421, exhibited by Maley and Ellie Porek of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Third place goes to entry number 11, HMC Shelby's Daisy 15X, exhibited by Gentry Krautzer of Kansas, Ohio. In fourth place goes to entry number 12, exhibited by Harper and Laney Grace Swindle of Shirley, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 5, SRF Miss Millie, exhibited by Taylor and Owen Laudeman of Bremen, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry number 1, TVF Ginger 7M, exhibited by Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland. And seventh goes to entry number 4, exhibited by Chloe Ann Patrick of Darlington, Maryland.
This is second call, Class 4, Simmentals and Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. Second call. Results from Class 1 Simmentals. First place, J. Slew Buttercup, 4369M, exhibited by Ms. Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Second place, entry 11, SNS TSSC Strawberry Delight, exhibited by Ryan Vaughn, Lewisburg, West Virginia, with an average weight per gain of 3.72. And third place, entry number 6, J. Slew JBSF Martini 444M, exhibited by Glennies McKirk from Kingman, Indiana, with an average weight per day of 3.81. Fourth place goes to entry number 5, Megan Black of Winchester, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry number 3, Jonna Finley, April Grove, West Virginia. Sixth place, entry number 10, Lily Wilkins from Blacksburg, South Carolina. Seventh place, entry number 12, Kaysen Albrighton from Parrish, Florida. And eighth place to entry number 2, Audrey Kerrigan, Calhoun, Tennessee. And rounding out our class will be entry number 9 for Caitlin Sherman from LaGrange, Indiana. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning. At this time in the Simmental ring, we'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Webb Fields from Bryan, Texas. Fields grew up showing Simmentals and Simmental-influenced cattle across the country as an active member of both the state and national Simmental youth programs. Fields Cattle, the current family enterprise in which Webb is an active participant, was born from these junior-focused cattle that he and his sisters successfully showed at all levels. Fields Cattle is now one of the most prominent Simmental Simbra programs in Texas. After attending Texas A&M University as a member of the 2010 livestock judging team, where Fields received top honors as multiple contestants, including high individual in cattle reasons at the national event, Webb has since worked in multiple roles within the industry, including sire procurement management for a reputable AI firm, manager of the Texas A&M University Beef Center, as well as a stint as an executive director for a breed association. Currently, Fields is a client service manager for the South region of Transova Genetics. Webb has evaluated cattle on multiple breed types across a wide variety of shows throughout the country. Fields not only enjoys evaluating livestock, but also breeding cattle that allow youth exhibitors the opportunity to see success while learning valuable lessons and responsibilities along the way. Let's welcome Mr. Webb Fields as our judge this morning. Thank you. This is the third and final call for Class 4 Simmentals and Herefords. Third and final call. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Interesting class, probably a little tougher than Class 1 in my opinion to line up anything necessarily with some logic. I think there's a lot of good cattle, a lot of give and take, and figure out where your priorities are going to be. As I'll probably say multiple times throughout the day, all I'm giving you is my opinion, and so take it for what it's worth, and that could certainly change if we saw these cattle tomorrow, but I'll kind of talk through it again as I will throughout the morning. Heifer that wins daylights this particular set. That was the one thing I knew needed to happen is start this one. That's a lot of young heifer. Starts at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone and just the volume of body, just her rugged build and mass that she's got. I think uniquely she takes power and really gives you a very striking maternal, feminine look on the side as well. Just a very good place to start. From there is where it gets interesting. To me, the Black Baldy coming in second probably gives up a lot of mass and performance to this point compared to some cattle right behind her, but she's just my second favorite in the way she puts her skeleton together. I think everything suits her. She's not going to overwhelm you in terms of the power of our class winner, but she's good on her feet and legs. There's enough body, there's enough mass, and she blends it all together in a really nice feminine maternal package. I think that one, if she'll hit another gear in terms of performance, that one's got a lot of quality in terms of her structure and the look she's got. Just a very good cow prospect here in 3. That's another one that's not going to overwhelm you, in my opinion, just in terms of a real flashy, striking look. But she's good. She's solid on her feet and legs. She's got a big square hip in her. She's got enough body. She can balance very nicely. Again, just doesn't overwhelm you in terms of grab you look from the profile, but that's another very, very good cow prospect that doesn't do anything wrong. Heifer coming in next is probably a little sleeker in terms of her front end. I like that she's tucked up in her chest floor, how high she holds her head and neck to the top of her shoulder. From there back, she's long and level, and she's got some shape to go along with a good look up front. There's plenty of just natural rib shape and muscle in that female. To me, she could probably be just a little softer in terms of her look on the profile, specifically back to her flank, and that's another one that kind of closes and is a little more awkward, specifically in her structure out of her front end, and kind of wants to toe out, if you will, or roll out on her outside hoof wall when she goes. So just some minor things structurally and body type-wise to move her any higher. I do like the look that she's got. We get back into a real basic kind of female, and I say that in a good way. That one's moderate and good-bodied, full in terms of her rib cage. I think she balances nice enough. Again, just a female that's just a little plainer in terms of her foot size, just a little plainer in terms of her look up front than some cattle ahead of her. As we transition through the class here, we get into a moderate framed one that's really soft in how she sets her foot. She's just greener in her center body. She's a little emptier today. She could be a little bolder in her center cavity. Lots of growth and performance and extension that I like out of this female. She can stop and plant with a nice look, just plainer everywhere, plainer in her look up front, plainer in her rib shape and muscle. She probably does need to slow down just a little bit in terms of upward performance and fill in. Young man's got a moderate frame, stout-featured red baldy, wrapping up next. Just simply put, just a little plainer in terms of her look within this particular subset. Another great class. Congratulations on a really good class winner.
Entry number 23 of This is the first call for Class 5 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. Results from Class 2 Simmentals. First place, entry number 21, J. Slew Honeybun, 4349M, exhibited by Brexton Gabriel, Edison, Indiana. Second place, entry number 288, SKR Pretty Penny, M7, with a weight per day of age of 2.96. Third place, entry number 13, Winslow Lola Sam, 434M ET, exhibited by Rebecca Lewis Ferdinand of Goen, Indiana, with an average weight per day of 3.12. In fourth place, entry number 14, Emery Simpson of Winchester, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 24, Kinsley Kelly of Windsor, Illinois. In sixth place, entry number 16, Riley Mears of Cleveland, Alabama. In 7th place, entry number 23, Bella Wildermuth. And in 8th place, rounding out our class, entry number 19, Tyson Cooper from Delphi, Indiana.
Back over here in our Hereford show. Apologize for taking a little bit of extra time, but a very, very challenging class, a diverse class in terms of type and kind. The longer they're out here and the more I work through, a young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win, I think puts together the most good pieces from a skeletal build standpoint. A heifer that's very, very at ease when we set her in motion out here. I like her ability to flex at her hock and her pastern, balanced up very nice underneath. And while she's not the wildest looking one here in our top trio, she's still got a maternal look there through her front third. She's flat shouldered. She's got more than enough body shape and muscle and dimension as you step in behind her. I think that heifer has a bright future. Heifer in second is tempting for me because her extension, her look, her length of spine is everything that I like. She's absolutely fitted and shown to the nines, and that's very, very obvious out here. A powerful heifer that brings probably just a touch more bone, foot, and muscle than our class winner. The question you got to ask yourself on this one, is she sound enough off her front end for you? I'd like to square her up just a little bit in terms of the way she sets those toes down. A heifer that with all her power is maybe just a little bit bunchier in terms of her muscle pattern, wants to flag her tail head up just ever so slightly, but one that's certainly eye-catching and got a lot of neat pieces. Similar heifer in terms of type and kind, in terms of her strength at top, her power, her length of side, a big bone kind of a female that's athletic in the way she goes off of her rear too. Thought this heifer needed to carry her head and neck a little taller and higher out of the top side of her shoulder when she goes. A female is just a little bit more juvenile and harder there in terms of her center. The heifer that comes next, kind of a no-frills type of a heifer, if you will. One that's not maybe as eye-catching as the top trio as you study her in terms of her overall outline, but a female that has body. She's got some added give there at her hock and off of her rear pastern. I'd square her up from hooks to pins. I'd balance her up a touch better underneath, but a female that's got a bright future when you get her in production. Stout-legged one here, one that's certainly strong-topped, got some dimension. For me, I'd like to make her a shot longer bodied, a female that needs relaxed in terms of the angle to her knee. Maybe see her go with just a little bit more comfort. The heifer that comes next, really a cowie built kind of a female, one that's moderate in terms of her frame, good bodied, easy fleshing kind of a female. I'd clean her up just a touch there in terms of her throat. A female for me that we intensify just a shot as you study her there in her ankle and in terms of her foot size. The heifer here that makes the turn next, a one that's certainly got some power to her, got some bone and foot. For me, I'd just like to see her settle down on her ankles with a little bit more authority. Like to just change the way she meets the surface and goes there as you study her right there at her hock. The heifer that comes next is certainly bold and big-bodied, a little lower tying, a little plainer as you study her through her front third. A female for me that needs to sit down on a bigger foot and flex a bit better off of her rear ankle. Young man's heifer here next, powerfully constructed kind of a heifer that we need to relax in terms of the set to her knee. I like to just redesign her a little bit as you study her from hooks to pins, tuck her tail head down more neatly into her hip, but a heifer that's certainly got some big pieces to go ahead and breed on. Heifer here that comes next, a young lady's got one that's got a lot of style and eye appeal, fresh condition kind of a heifer that just needs to be relaxed in the angle to her knee. I'd like to see her squared up just a touch as you study her from hooks to pins. We conclude the class with a heifer that's moderate framed and easy keeping, needs to be a shot deeper flanked and a little bigger bone. Very nice class, a challenging decision there in the top trio.
This is the second call for Class 5 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. Also, this will be the first call for Class 5 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. This is the results of Class 2 of our Hereford show. First place, entry number 20, Purple HB Arbella 77M. Exhibited by Kylie Gillespie of Tulane, Illinois, with an average weight per day of 3.13. Second place, entry number 8, CFCC HPH Marley 26M ET, exhibited by Olivia and Hadley Eubank of Oberlin, Illinois, with an average day per gain of 3.75. And third place, entry number 15, CFCC Millie 216M ET, exhibited by McKenna Smith of Huberts, Wisconsin, with an average day per gain of 3.64. And in fourth place, entry number 14, Spin BB 28M ET, exhibited by Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. And rounding out our top 5, entry number 15, CFCC MYLA 21M ET, owned or exhibited by Emily Allen of Leota, Texas. In sixth place, entry number 19, exhibited by Marley Granis of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. In seventh place, entry number 16, exhibited by Paisley Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 23, exhibited by Avery Rowlett of Waverly, Tennessee. Ninth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Braden and Trevin Reed of Nevada, Ohio. In 10th place, entry number 17, exhibited by Payson Collins of Hillsboro, Ohio. And rounding out our class for Class 2, exhibitor number 21, exhibited by Brooklyn Bain of Lawton, Oklahoma. Thank you.
Second call, Class 5, and it should be third and final Class 5 Simmentals.
This is the second call for Class 5 of our Herefords. Second call for Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will be the third and final call for Class 5 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
At this time in the Hereford ring, we'd also like to recognize your National Hereford Queen, Miss Natalie Belcher from Georgia. We'd also like to recognize your Kentucky Hereford Queen, Miss Brenna Perkins from Kentucky.
Good class, fun class to evaluate because I think there's a lot of pairings as you kind of get down the line this close. I juggled some things around just a second ago, and it's really close, I think, or at least challenging up here on top between the top 2-3 heifers. Heifer that leads off just suits me the best. I think of the top trio, she's the most maternal in terms of her look. I love this one's body shape. I love just the femininity she's got about her face. In her look up front. Again, another one that I think is extremely comfortable on her feet and legs when set into motion. Lots of flex, lots of give throughout her skeleton. Stops and plants with the right kind of squareness. And then again, from there up, so good in her center cavity. So good from chest floor back to flank. Just the symmetry she's got, the cowy shape she's got. When you get on a 3/4 rear view of these cattle, she's so bold and maternal in her lower rib. And again, I project her just a little more feminine and maternal. She can at times study with just a little more chest floor, depending on what angle you hit her in, specifically compared to this absolute freak of a purebred Simmental, in my opinion. Big pieces, big feet, big legs, big hip, big look. This one can give you as cool of a look as any of them that we've seen. Again, I love the stoutness of feature that she's got. That's another one. For as stout featured as she is, I think she's really appropriate in the way she blends her skeleton and the way she handles her skeleton on the move. Simply put, as I mentioned, probably our class winner, just a little more my kind in terms of cowy body shape, and specifically just about her face and her eye. She's not quite as maternal in terms of her look up front. Splitting hairs on two really good heifers. That's the difference as I saw. Another really good one lands in third here. Just not quite as big and robust, if you will, as those two cattle. But this one's got as much potential as any in terms of foot size and bone. She's very big featured, stands really wide and stout through her chest floor, which I don't mind because I still think she's appropriate in how she stops and plants. Good look, big featured in terms of rib shape and muscle. As we kind of allude to, not quite as soft, not quite as much performance as those cattle ahead of her. And when we set her in motion, of the top trio, she's probably the harshest in terms of how she handles her hock. With that big set of feet and legs, probably just want her to be a little looser in how she sets her hock down. Good heifer to be standing in third. Paint heifer, I moved up a few spots here because probably a little hard on her initially in terms of her color pattern, and she is just a little greener in terms of her shape today and just overall size and performance, but there's nothing really wrong with this heifer. She's good on her feet and legs. Her skeleton suits her. She's very comfortable and balanced in motion and stopped. Again, just gets outmassed and powered moving up. We had the two bigger heifers in front of her a minute ago, and I kind of grouped these two together. They're bigger, higher performing, stouter kind of females. Probably just take more issue in terms of their skeleton. This one gets a little frailer at her base compared to her size and the condition she's got on her, so I changed the way she handles her hock down. Same thing with the baldy heifer coming in next. Really good look. I like the size. I like the performance. I'd probably just open her up in terms of her lower cavity and just give her more genuine shape and build compared to her upper size she's got. Baldy heifer coming in next is a good kind. Moderate, cowy, good-bodied, maternal. I like all those things about her. She really wants to reach up underneath herself and get unattractive from her hip down in terms of how she handles it, and then she can stop and plant that way. When we had her stopped over there, just didn't kind of blend herself together as nice as we wanted to. Wrap up with two really good heifers that I think are going to be good for these young men moving forward. I think they're maternal in terms of their look. Probably the biggest thing on these two heifers is they just get outmassed today. They need to catch up in terms of performance. Another great class, real good top trio. Congratulations to your winner.
Back over here in our Hereford show, I think a really good way to start out in this particular group. This young lady's heifer here hit the ring and grabbed my attention pretty fast. I think she puts together a lot of great pieces in terms of femininity and balance and symmetry. Heifer that's fresh in terms of her condition, got a nice look up front, smooth in terms of her shoulder, great big bodied and deep center in this one. I like her as you study her from hooks to pins and the way she goes to the ground there off of her rear too. Really good way to start out in this particular class. And to me, just as obvious as our class winner was our second. Another heifer that's commanding when she hits the ring. She's highly presented and shown really well. A heifer that matches our class winner in a lot of ways in terms of her look there through her front third. Same kind of body, same kind of symmetry and balance underneath. It's from her hooks back that I'd change her just a touch. Maybe a little lower in terms of her pin set. Maybe just not quite as collected as you set her in motion and watch her go away from you. A heifer that oddly just kind of wants to roll on that outside footwall there on her off back leg. The heifer that comes next is stout. She's big back. She's thick-ended and dense-boned. A heifer that ties a little lower, a little deeper necked, and a little higher tail-headed. Heifer here next, a little more refined, if you will, a female that's very feminine, smooth built. For me, she needs just a little more body and power and hip as you compare to the trio that goes before. Young man's heifer here that comes next, another stout one, thick-ended, a female that's bold in terms of her center rib with all of her power. She's a little more masculine about the shape to her face and her crest, has a little more shoulder, just a touch bowed as you study her there off of her rear too. Heifer here coming around next, one that's got some style, a very tight-throated, long neck kind of a female. Need to relax this one in the center of her top and see her meet the surface, just a little bit more cushion and ease there off of her rear too. We conclude the class with an easy keeping kind of a female that needs to be a little bit tighter there in terms of her throat, balanced up a bit better back through her flank and set down a little more comfortably on her rear too. But a very good class and a nice pair on the top end.
This is the third and final call for Class 5 Junior Hereford Heifers. And this is the second call for Class 6 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. Third and final call for Class 5 Herefords. Second call for Class 6 Simmentals. These are your Class 3 results for Herefords. In first place, entry number 26, RM53H Purple Bunny, 327M ET, exhibited by Riley Mears of Cleveland, Alabama, with an average weight per day of age of 3.1. In second place, entry number 28, Purple Clark's Boys Salsa, 57M ET, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gentra, Virginia, with an average weight per day of age of 3.19. In third place, entry number 27, LAM Ramsey Ruby's Doobie 405, exhibited by Leanne May of Greenfield, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.36. In fourth place, entry number 25, EXR Gina 4048, exhibited by Sarah Warden of Greenbrier, Arkansas. In fifth place, entry number 29, Showtime Massey 412 ET, exhibited by Chris Blosser of Morgantown, West Virginia. In sixth place, entry number 30, exhibited by Kyler Cooley of Dry Creek, Louisiana. In seventh place, rounding out our class, entry number 24, CNP Christie 359K M7, exhibited by Craig Stakanashi of Newton, New Jersey. These are our results from Class 3 Simmentals. In first place, entry number 32, WCCO Maria Poza, 312M, exhibited by Delaney Trubachen of Kingston, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.52. In second place, entry number 37, CNW Miss Summer, exhibited by Luke Darledge of Bardstown, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.36. In third place, entry number 31, Merely M67, exhibited by Owen Warkins of Greenfield, Ohio, with an average weight per day of age of 3.28. In fourth place, entry number 30, DHC Bandita, exhibited by Bailey Harris of Bloomingdale, Ohio. In fifth place, entry number 28, Bates Mia 402M, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sebring, Michigan. In sixth place, entry number 25, Genevieve Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. In seventh place, entry number 27, Maverick Hope of Patoka, Indiana. In eighth place, entry number 33, Carson Oliver of Bellevue, Florida. In ninth place, and rounding out our class, entry number 34, Aiden DeShields of Poseyville, Indiana. This will be the second call for Class 6 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. Second call, Class 6 Simmentals. And this will be the first call for Class 6 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area.
Another fun top end of a class to sort through in our division here, stacking up to be pretty fun. I like all three of these heifers a bunch. I'm a terrible artist, but I could probably find a pretty good one, and I don't think they could draw one a whole lot better than our class winner here. Just so balanced and symmetrical, so maternal and feminine in terms of her build. Just a fault-free, high-end place to start, in my opinion. Heifer coming in second has done a bunch of things right, in my opinion, to this point, and I like her a bunch. Presentation's impeccable, hair's impeccable, and she's one of those we're talking about really maternal body shape in terms of both depth, and when you get behind them, you can see their center and lower ribs sticking out on them. that's that one, and that's another heifer that can give you an elite look. I can pick a few more holes in her in terms of her skeleton, because compared to our class winner and really the heifers around her, she could be pried apart in her lower skeleton a little more. She really wants to funnel and close. When you get behind her, she kind of sets her toe or foot down a little frailer and really wants to close through her chest for her. So I just want to pry her apart and make her a little more genuine to switch that particular pair. That has not hindered her ability to have the performance that she's got today, and that is a high-end heifer there to be standing second. Baldy female, just not quite as striking. She just kind of cruises around the ring. This is old hat for her, so she doesn't give you the wild looks the two ahead of her will give you. But that's a solid heifer. Very complete from nose to tail in the way she balances herself. Her body's right. Her structure's nice. Again, I can pick a few more holes in her. Just specifically, she's just a little plainer and over her hip. She works her hook bone a little harder. Her tail set down in her a little lower, so she's maybe not as balanced there. But I don't want to pick any major holes in her because they're not there. Simply put, she just had two heifers in front of her that had bigger pieces. That one's really nice. Good trio of females to wrap us up here, and I can talk them all together. These are good heifers for these three individuals. I think they'll continue to get better with time. They like the performance and overall style and balance of the ones ahead of them. Simply put, they're good cattle, and just performance, it kind of stacks them in the order that they are. This one's bigger than that one. This one's bigger than that one, if you will. But those are all three good cattle to wrap us up. Another really good class, really high end on our top.
This is the third and final call for Class 6 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will also be our second call for Class 6 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. Our results from Class 4 Simmentals. In first place, entry number 39, S&S TSSC, Something to See, exhibited by Claire Neby of Melrose, Iowa. In second place, with an average day per gain of 3.66. In second place, entry number 40, Harker's Black Satin M114, exhibited by Glenny's McGurk of Kingman, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.62. In third place, entry number 42, J.S. Slew, Flirt Away, 411M, exhibited by Blake Kitzmiller of Elk Garden, West Virginia, with an average weight per day of age of 3.25. In fourth place, entry number 45, Pence Farms Northern Light, exhibited by Laney Dempsey of Hope, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 44, Pence Farms Eclipse, exhibited by Adeline Dempsey of Hope, Indiana. And then rounding out our class, in sixth place, entry number 43, Triple L Gerald Line K102M, exhibited by Laney McAllister of Patriot, Indiana.
Attention in the barns, this is your first call, class number 7, purebred Simmentals. First call, class 7 Simmentals.
Well, it's been a very fun first division to work through. I knew what I was getting into when I signed up for the show. We're probably starting a little faster, though, than I thought we would. I think in terms of top-end quality has been tremendous. We've had some classes that I thought were very thought-provoking and probably different things that we could do, and that will be the case throughout the day. I am very confident in terms of where we land that these are very, very good heifers, and it starts with a Class 1 that I think is tremendous in her ability to blend herself from nose to tail. I just think that's a very, very high-end heifer, extremely comfortable in her feet and joints, extremely just maternal. She's not the wildest-looking fronted heifer that we've seen out here within this particular division, but she's so maternal and attractive about how she holds her front end. And then again, her ability to blend her pieces from their back at that age is impeccable. As we start to talk about the elite within the breed, compared to some heifers that are older than her, she's maybe not quite as opened up and as full in terms of her upper rib today, and she's just hadn't hit that gear of just that extra big cowy belly yet, compared to another heifer or two or really three behind her. But for her age, I think everything's awfully appropriate. So that's probably the decision out here with that particular female. Is there just enough of her compared to some older heifers? Because I certainly think she's plenty good in her build and her ability to put it all together in a very elite maternal look. Probably the one that I would call the outlier out here is the one out of our second class. That one's the set leader for me just in terms of power. That thing is rugged and burly and stout, and she won that class real quick in my opinion because she has the ability to do that, but she's still very comfortable and soft in her lower joints. I love the way she sets her foot. I love the way her hock down works. I love the way her knee down works. And so a very impressive beast to be that maternal about her face, to be that opened up and stout from their back, to be that stout and good yet sound in terms of her lower joints. If I want to pick on that in relation to some cattle around her, she probably just works her front end a little lower going. She doesn't work her top up much, but she kind of throws her front end down just a bit, maybe wants to work her center back up just ever so slightly compared to some cattle around her. But that's picking a hole on one that I think is awfully good. And again, probably the set leader just in terms of power out here within this set. The heifer out of the third class is very intriguing to me because she's got some gigantic pieces, and it starts with her center cavity. I love that one's center body, and maybe my favorite out here within this set in terms of forerib, back to flank, the balance, the maternal sweep she's got. We've referenced several times getting behind these cattle from a three-quarter view and seeing that round maternal lower rib shape, and she does that as good as any. That's another one that combines her maternal, practical look in her center cavity at her base when she goes. That one's as flexible and as good in her skeleton as any out here within this set. And then that's another one that's highly haired and highly presented, so she kind of combines her practicality and cow pieces in a very attractive look on the profile. She can stop and plant, and when she really ropes up, she looks as good as any. As we allude to of this particular set, or as we alluded to in class of this particular set, she probably is as full in terms of her chest floor as any, so she compensates for it, in my opinion, because she's so good in her forerib back to her flank, and so I think it balances good, but you'll catch her in some angles where she just looks a little fuller and deeper in her chest floor than maybe ideal at this stage. Don't know if that's going to be a problem or catcher or not, but that's maybe if we could just tuck that in and make that just a little skinnier, we'd like her that much more. But my goodness, that's a good-looking, good-built beast. I talked about drawing them together in this Class 4. And that's how she hits me. That thing blends herself together as good as any. And she's not the wildest haired. She's obviously highly presented. She's not the biggest, wildest haired one we've seen out here. But my goodness, her ability to blend herself from nose to tail so incredibly well is impressive. She looks like an incredible good bred in terms of her ability to just mash it all together at this stage. And yet I still think she's more than fresh and right and plenty calfy enough to this point, but just again, her ability to put it all together is incredible. So I think there's a decision here to be made on where we want to go, because I think we land for sure 3 hard within this particular division that could get a piece of it, and certainly lots of depth. So my hat's off to you. Please give these kids a round of applause because they're doing a great job out here this morning.
Well, back over here on our Hereford show, really a fun class to sort through, and a pair of heifers here on the top end I like quite well. 2 heifers that, to me, from a skeletal standpoint, are very similar. Young man that's going to go ahead and win. A heifer that's very freewheeling. She's got the appropriate set there off of both ends of her skeleton. Great big bodied, huge feet, huge bones, and a heifer to me that's just a little bit longer and just a little bit trimmer than the heifer in second. She's not perfect. As you study her from hooks to pins, you might jack her up just a touch in that regard, but that's a minor criticism on a very, very good heifer. Heifer in second's really useful cattle. Bold bodied, thick-ended, really big topped and wide base, and with all that extra power she has, one that's very, very comfortable when we set her in motion. The longer I study this one, one that I'd like to lean up just a touch. Maybe not the longest neck, maybe not the longest spine and hip one that we've seen all day. When the young lady gets her gathered up and tugs on that halter, she'll paint you a nice silhouette from the side. I'd just like to take her back just a notch in terms of her condition, lengthen her out from nose to tail. Heifer in third is one that's just right out there on the edge for me in a lot of ways. I think one that's got the biggest pieces in this class to go ahead and breed on. Massive in terms of her muscle pattern, huge bone, big, deep centered in this one, and one with all that power that's still able to give you a pretty nice look in terms of the way her head and neck attaches out of the top side of her shoulder. For me, with all the power, she comes just a little bit coarser. She's just a little bit more round in terms of the base of her shoulder. A heifer that's a little rounder in her hip shape, step in behind her, and that heifer has just a little bit more joint. And because of that, I don't know that she's quite as comfortable and at ease on when we set her in motion. Heifer here in fourth, I think one that's probably opposite side of the coin in terms of freshness, in terms of symmetry, in terms of her smoothness. I love the way this one blends from her point back there into her forerib. A heifer that's got enough substance as you study her in terms of her feet and legs. I'd like to see just a little bit more of a good thing. Just a little bit more, a little power and performance. I'd like to drop this one in particular right there in her center. Maybe see a little bit more body as we compare to the cattle that go before. The heifer here that comes next, one that's long-sided, she's very smooth in terms of her build. A heifer that I think is very appropriate in terms of her condition. With being a bit leaner, probably not as impressive as you study her there from her navel back into her udder cavity in terms of her depth. A heifer that runs downhill and kind of wants to flag that tail head up. One here that comes around next, really bold in terms of her center rib. Female that to me has enough power. I'd like to see her balance up just a touch better. Maybe pick her head and neck up just a little taller out of the top side of her shoulder. Refine her just a touch there at her throat and her chest floor. Young lady here coming around next has a heifer that you really have to appreciate in terms of her depth of side. Female that I think very feminine in terms of her muscle package and her bone work. For me, we need to just drag her down there in the center of her top. She gets just a little bit hard there right in the center of her spine. Change that about her, and it's pretty easy to move her up a couple spots. You know, the remaining trio, the heifer that comes next, needs more body, needs more flank and depth, but one that I think has a little bit of a structural advantage. I like that one's freshness and her future. Heifer here next is one that probably has a bit more length and a bit more bone and foot. Just need to redesign her in terms of the way her chest floor ties back into her body cavity. Conclude the class with a stout one that's certainly got some rib shape. Need to see her just a bit better as we study her from hooks to pins and go with just a little bit more flex there off of her rear too.
This will be the first call for Class 7 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. First call, Class 7 Herefords. Division champions from our Simmental, entry number 39, SNS TSSC, Something to See, exhibited by Claire Neby of Melrose, Iowa, with an average weight per day of age of 3.66. Division I Reserve Champion, Simmental, entry number 32, WCCO Maria Poza, 312M, exhibited by Delaney Trubach of Kingstown, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.52. And rounding out your division champion bred and owned, entry number 288, SKR Pretty Penny M7, exhibited by Sadie Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma, with an average weight per day of age of 2.96. Results from Class 4 Herefords. In first place, entry number 43, RGR Purple Lilybet 34M, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carleyville, Illinois. It'll also be your first place bred known champion with an average weight per day of age at 3.12. In second place, entry number 37, Showtime Bougie 415, exhibited by Delaney Trubach of Kingston, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.18. In third place, entry number 38, OG CFCC Verify M4, exhibited by Chloe Rogers, Iowa City, Iowa, with an average weight per day of age of 3.45. In fourth place, entry number 40, Wildcat Vovede 407, exhibited by McKenna and Morgan Rogers, Solon, Iowa. In fifth place, entry number 35, RCSC Mimosa 401M, exhibited by Delaney Chester, Ojana, Ohio, and she will be your second place bred known champion. In sixth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Brianna Werner of Roanoke, Indiana. In seventh place, entry number 36, exhibited by Taylor and Owen Loudon of Bremen, Indiana. In eighth place, exhibitor number 34, exhibited by Jillian and Evelyn Johnson of Navarre, Ohio. In ninth place, entry number 46, exhibited by Anna Kate and Hannah Jane Davis of Linville, Tennessee. And rounding out our class, entry number 45, exhibited by Courtney and Luke Hall of LaGrange, Indiana. This will be our third and final call for Class 7 Simmentals. Third and final call for Class 7 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Really a nice group of heifers out here in contention for our first division. It started off with a really nice June heifer, one that for that young age brought so much body and symmetry. I like this one in terms of her muscularity, the squareness that she has as you step in behind the cattle. One that's still got enough look for me as you study her up front, smooth-shouldered kind of a female. We talked in class she might just not be just perfect there in terms of her knee, but I think it's more than acceptable, and that's a heifer with a long runway and a very, very bright future. The heifer here out of our second class, she won that class being kind of the fault-free one in that particular group. That was a challenging class to sort through. Female, as you get her back out here, doesn't let up on the quality. Like the cattle on either side of her, one that's big-bodied, she's loose-made. I like this one's foot. I like her ankle and the way she goes to the ground. Maybe not perfect as you study her from hooks to pins in a comparative sense, but a heifer that's just so loose-made, so maternal, so feminine. I like that one a lot. Heifer here out of our third class, one that hit me really, really hard in terms of her look and her freshness and her presentation. Very, very crisp in terms of her lines, very smooth in the way she blends from her shoulder back into her rib cage and forerib. Female that's great big bodied, I think has enough bone and foot for me. Maybe not quite as stout in that regard as some others out here, and that might be where we change her just ever so slightly. But one that's sure striking and has got a very bright future just in terms of her overall look. And we conclude here out of our fourth class, one we just got done talking, a heifer that's very, very sound, so comfortable as you set her in motion. Got great big feet, a big bold rib cage, and one that's got the appropriate look and balance as you study her from the side. We talked just a minute ago, one that's maybe not just dead level as you study her from hooks to pins. It might change her in that regard just a bit, but one that I like in terms of her comfort and her substance and just her general build. I'm going to go out here. I'll give them one more look. I'll show you the way that I like them. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for a really high-quality division.
This will be our first call for Class 8 Simmentals. First call, Class 8 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. Division results from your Hereford Spring Heifer Calf Division. First place division champion will be entry number 26, RM53H Purple Bunny, exhibited by Riley Mears of Cleveland, Alabama, with an average weight per day of age of 3.1. Your reserve champion spring heifer calf in the Hereford division will be entry number 43, RGR Purple Libbet, 34M, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carville, Illinois, with an average weight per day of age of 3.12. She will also be your bred and owned champion. This will be our second call, Class 7, Junior Hereford Heifers. Please make your way to the makeup area. Second call, Class 7, Junior Hereford Heifers. This will also be our second call for Class 8, Simmental Heifers. Please make your way to the makeup area. Class 8, Simmental Heifers. This is your second call. Please make your way to the makeup area. Class 7 should be in the makeup area for Simmentals. Class 7 Simmentals, you should be in the makeup area at this time. Class 7 Simmentals, this is your last call. Please make your way to the makeup area. Class 7 Junior Hereford Heifers. This is your third and final call. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Class 7 Herefords. This will also be the third and final call for Class 8 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. Third and final call for Class 8 Simmentals.
Well, we jump right in and start our next division, just how we left our last. Very competitive and very high end. And I think we're certainly 3-4 deep here with a lot of thought provoke here. I guess for me it was always these two, and it makes it an intriguing decision because they're so different. Which makes it difficult for me. Where you might change one, I think the other one does a good job, vice versa. And so I'm going to hang my hat, and I hope I get this point across on practicality and being very functional. But also at the end of the day, I'm a show cow guy, and I like big pieces. And at the end of the day, that's probably where the decision lied. This heifer is extremely impressive to study. Big feet, big leg, goes very comfortably, extra loose. In terms of her skeleton, which I like. The decision gets a little tighter for me because it's almost at times maybe just a hair unstable in terms of her pasturing. So just that extra softness, I think, both plays to her advantage and in the thought decision on her disadvantage. But so big piece in terms of foot, bone, her ability to flex with a lot of comfort. From there up, she's obviously just the bigger heifer, more extended, lots of depth of body, and she has the big stoutness advantages with still being real flat-shouldered, flat-necked, extra impressive in terms of her look up front. So just a very, very impressive beast, and just the extras, if you will, in terms of power and look probably extended her and got her the win in this decision. I like a lot of things about this heifer in second. Again, we talk about just natural cowie rib shape, and she's got it. She's more robust when you get in behind her in terms of just her natural rib shape into her center cavity. She's probably more genuine in terms of muscle shape when you get in behind the two heifers. In terms of her lower quarter, she carries her advantages in rib shape back into her true muscle. So I appreciate that a lot because that's another one that's really ladylike in terms of her look. I'd call, again, disadvantage, advantage here. I might appreciate this one's size to this point just a hair more. I like that she studies a little more moderate. I think that's a good thing. I guess for me, again, it's just the pieces. She's not as big. As stout as she is in terms of rib shape and muscle, she gets a little frailer in terms of her look down low. I wish she was just a little stouter there to match her upper shape. And again, when you get on the profile, she's just a little calmer and not quite as extended, so she just doesn't give you as wild a look. But again, flipping coins there, another one I like a bunch. This heifer in third is awfully good. Just kind of runs into a pair that I thought was very intriguing because this one's very good in terms of her foot size and bone, certainly stouter there than the heifer in second. One that's really comfortable from her hip, hock, and down and how she addresses the ground. I think she's stout in terms of her view over her top line, good in terms of her body. Probably just not quite as out there in terms of how she blends her pieces together, quite as smooth, and it's probably some of her front end too, just not as attractive about her head. Comes with a little deeper, a little more skin about her chest floor, and as she goes, again, I think she's good and comfortable with her ground, but she wants to be a little straighter out of her shoulder and compensate by being a little more bent back to her knees. So, again, just runs into two buzzsaws more than anything. A few more holes there I can find in her. Baldy in four is as striking as any. She can give you that look, and that's as good as any we've seen in this set. Really upheaded, really balanced down her top line. That's another one of those heifers that's extra sharp, but I'd make her more genuine at her base. I'd pry her apart and just lay her back everywhere as she goes, and we'd like her that much better. Practical kind of heifer coming in next, sound, good-bodied, nothing wrong with her. plainer up front, just not quite as big piece as the cattle ahead of her. We've got a sharper looking black heifer coming in next that's really sharp about her front end, balanced down her top line, needs to be stouter featured down low to run any higher. Red heifer is stouter in terms of her rib shape and hip, and just more awkward as she gets out of her hock. We wrap up the class with 3 females that I think have a lot of good in terms of just natural performance in relation to their size. 3 cattle that I'd change structurally the most. Great set, good top pair. Congratulations on a great class.
Results from Class 5 Simmentals. First place, entry number 60, J. Slew Special Rose, 4201M, exhibited by Bristol Delmere of Jamestown, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.52. Second place, entry number 57, JASS Rosie Girl, 47M, exhibited by Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, with an average weight per day of age at 3.16. In third place, entry number 47, WCCO Mila 217M, exhibited by Liam Bean from New Concord, Ohio, with an average weight per day of age of 3.26. In fourth place, entry number 49, J. Slew Rosie 4457M, exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 56, NJM Sarah M442, exhibited by Grant Collins of Litchfield, Michigan. In sixth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Ella Kilger of Pulaski, Wisconsin. In seventh place, entry number 360, Peyton Cooksey from Stouffville, Ohio. In eighth place, entry number 53, Bailey Hesters of Wilkerson, Indiana. In ninth place, entry number 54, Kelsey Avery of Kokomo, Indiana. And rounding on our class in 10th place, entry number 359, Lauren Stokes from Lecanto, Florida.
A fun class to sort through back here in our Hereford show. One of the deeper classes we've seen.
While we've got a second, this will be our first call. Reminder, first call Hereford Heifers, Class 8. And it'll also be our first call for Class 9 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Well, one of the really deep classes that we've seen so far today, and I think with that said, a heifer that grabbed my attention pretty quick when she hits the ring. Beautiful colored female here that the young lady does a wonderful job with. This heifer's extremely high tying. I love her length of side. With all that added length of spine, she's one that still balances up very, very well underneath. Deep-sided, big-boned female that's as athletic as anyone when we set her in motion. You'd change her just a touch right in there behind her shoulders, particularly there on the top side. but that's something that I think can improve with time. Female that gives you a really, really neat look, high quality heifer to go ahead and win. Heifer in second is one that's just a little bit more conventional in terms of her type and kind, a bit shorter bodied, if you will. And for me, that's kind of the deciding factor. Still like this one in terms of her mobility and her structure, like her body depth, like her rib cage. If we're going to change this one, we stretch her out just a touch as you study her through her front third. And then as you study her from hooks to pins, she's a female that kind of wants to drop her pin bones down when we set her in motion. They've done a good job of compensating for it with her tail head, but still one that when you set her in motion tells you the whole story. Heifer here in third, I think one that's like our class winner in a lot of ways in terms of her body length. I like that about her. One that's high-headed, a heifer that I think has got the right shape as you study her there in her center third. For me, I'd like to just relax her just a touch there, and the way she goes at her knee, maybe change her just ever so slightly out through her hip. Heifer in third is one, or in fourth, excuse me, is one that grabs your attention in terms of her stoutness. This might be one as robust in terms of her muscle package and her back shape of any that we've seen today. For me, we just need to see this heifer go with just a little bit more authority, maybe a little bit lower tying as you study her there through her front third, maybe not quite as sure where she's going to set those feet down. Heifer that comes next, one that's undeniably bold-bodied, big-boned, big-footed, like to hook those pieces together just a bit better. You study this one there right in behind her shoulder. I'd like to see her blend just a little bit more nicely in that regard. Heifer for me that at times out here with all the added substance maybe doesn't want to sit down with quite as much cushion there off of her rear too. The heifer that comes next, young man in the cowboy hat, one that's certainly fresh in terms of her condition. Appreciate the shape and strength that she has down her top. Like to change her just a touch in the way she's designed there, from hooks to pins, and the way her tail head ties down into her hip. Study this one in relation to the top of her crest to her throat and how that blends back there into her underline. You might want to change her just a touch in terms of her balance. The heifer here with a little wave to her hair that comes next, I think one tremendously long-sided, fresh condition, a female that's mobile enough. For me, we just need to change her in terms of her tail head, in terms of her hip shape, maybe balance her a touch better back through her flank. Really an interesting heifer here comes next. I think one that from a silhouette standpoint of the remaining options is really, really good in that regard. Really heavy structured. I like her foot shape. She needs to blend just a touch better as you study her there in terms of her forerib, a heifer that's a little higher tail-headed, not as impressive in terms of her hip. We put all those pieces together in a little more seamless package. I think you could move her up a spot or two pretty easily. Really a high-performing, long-bodied heifer here that's strong-topped and stout-backed. For me, this heifer needs a little more body depth, and in particular, I'd like to see this one a little more relaxed in the way she's designed in her shoulder angle and her knee, but a heifer that's undeniable in terms of her length. Kind of a no-frills type of heifer here that turns next. A female that's big-bodied and fairly loose in terms of her structure, needs more power and substance and just eye appeal to be upgraded in this particular group. And we conclude with a heifer that's really easy keeping and bold-ribbed, just a little bit deeper from the top of her crest to her throat, not quite as nice in the way she's designed in her underline. Really nice class, though, a very good way to start out.
Well, we took another lap because I had my mind made up, thought I was going to change it, and ended up going with first impression with the high-volume black heifer leading off. There's just enough more of her within the top trio here. She's so high-performing in terms of just volume and body depth and length of spine. Certainly impressive. I think she handles her extra performance in terms of rib shape and length pretty comfortably in terms of her feet and leg structure. Very maternal about her face. Now, I don't know if I'd place this the same way here in a couple months because she does come with a little more chest floor, and depending on how she wants to grow in management, she might play out. But today, again, just very good in terms of center body mass and overall performance. Red heifer's nice. I like her on her feet and legs. I think she's comfortable there. I think she brings forth some structural integrity with some power and shape when you get in behind her. It's another one of those, just maybe just a little plainer. In terms of her look, doesn't give you quite the wow factor of another one or two heifers out here. A heifer that obviously gives up some performance in relation to our class winner, but good kind, and I think that one keeps getting better with more days on feed. I really like the Baldy. She just needs to relax a little bit here. She can give you a really striking look because she is a little worked up on the surface. She is very up-headed and balanced down her top line, big hip, thick-ended kind of a heifer. Because she's worked up, her being just a little tighter in terms of her structure everywhere is amplified, and that's probably the biggest thing I'd change on her. But if she'll relax and just stay loose enough, she might run her way all the way to the top of this class. Of the remaining three, this young lady's heifer got loose. She caught her and went bam and had her stuck over here, and that's why she placed herself where she did. Young lady did a great job, and the heifer herself, I think, is sound structured and deep bodied, just a little plainer in terms of her shape and look. And as we work over the next two, same song and dance here on the black heifer, sound, good bodied, high volume, just plainer in her look. We wrap up, young lady doing a good job here with a green heifer that's stout featured, nice balance, just needs to catch up in her center body.
This will be our second call for Class 8 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will also be our second call for Class 9 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. Our results from Class 5 Hereford Heifers. In first place, entry number 50, Showtime Sunny, 410, exhibited by Caitlin and Courtney Hockemeyer from Columbia City, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.6, excuse me. In second place, entry number 52, VH 628, Miley 46, exhibited by Garrison, Isaac, and Ross Seedling of Brookville, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 2.87. In third place, entry number 56, SCC Denise 129M, exhibited by Chinsey and Maddox Robb of Kimmoody, Illinois, with an average weight per day of age of 3.04. In fourth place, entry number 58, PRCC Miss Prairie Lady 402M, exhibited by Lauren Nicholas and Brady Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. In fifth place, we will have entry number 61, VH561C, Molly 43, exhibited by Cooper Kemp of Franklin, Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry number 53, exhibited by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Eighth place, entry number 51, exhibited by Morgan and McKenna Rogers, Solon, Iowa. In ninth place, entry number 60, exhibited by Sydney Eppingschnee Stoll of Centerville, Iowa. In 10th place, entry number 47, exhibited by Owen Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. And rounding out our class, entry number 48, exhibited by Courtney Hall of LaGrange, Indiana. This will also be our last call for Class 8 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. Last call for Class 8 Herefords. This will also be our last call for Class 9 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area.
We'll get our second division lined up here on the Simmental side, and very impressive 4 animals. I think these are good, real good cattle, in just in terms of the basics in their build, and then we've got certainly a couple out here, in my opinion, that are really, really elite. And we got into that first class that we talked about, lots of trade-offs between the two. It was competitive. I am very comfortable where we land, and it's this look that this heifer can give you. That one's got a lot of wow factor just in terms of extras, and that was a placement point. I think you could easily, I say that, and I'll still say, I think you could easily switch the pair because the heifer that's in second does so many good things right, just in terms of how cowy she is in her center body, some genuine muscle shape in a moderate package, and still very, very elite in terms of her look and balance and presentation. We get into our second class, and we just discussed this black heifer won because she's just so high volumed and high performance at this stage. I love the extra length that she's got from nose to tail. I love the body dimension she comes with in that skeletal frame, and she still handles it nicely compared to the two standing in front of her, just a little plainer in terms of her overall look. And then the red heifer that was second, you've got to appreciate her future because that's a very complete one. So great division, 4 real good ones. We're going to keep the first class together. They'll be champion in reserve.
Our results from Class 6 Simmental Heifers. In first place, entry number 67, JDCC Sam 116M, exhibited by Weston Wilkski from Fremont, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.49. In second place, entry number 61, Charmant Mangu Crush M373, exhibited by Laney Spiller of Ripley, Ohio, with an average weight per day of age of 2.78. In third place, entry number 64, Holtkamp Sugar Shake 4M, exhibited by Ava Dempsey of Hope, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 2.93. In fourth place, entry number 72, Laney McAllister of Patriot, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 69, Cassidy Gabbard of Vivi, Indiana. And rounding out our class for Class 6, entry number 71, Audrey Snell of Bristow, Indiana. Our Division II champion was entry number 60, J. Sluge Special Rose 4201M, exhibited by Bristol Demery of Jamestown, Indiana. And our Division II reserve champion, entry number 57, Jazz Rose Girl 47M, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. And our champion bred known heifer for our Division II is entry number 360, Strawberry, exhibited by Peyton Cooksey of Stoutville, Ohio. This will be our first call for Class 10 Simmentals. First call for Class 10 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will also be our first call for Class 9 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Back over here at our Hereford show. A really nice pair of heifers here on the top end, and two heifers that are a bit different in terms of their type and kind. There's a lot of performance and power in this girl that's going to go ahead and start, and she combines it with a really correct skeleton, like her ability to get out and go, and in spite of that, still one that's bold-ribbed. She's huge back, thick-ended, a female that's just got so much to her. I think will be a lot of fun to breed on. We'd pick her neck up a little taller out of the top side of her shoulder. We'd lean her up just a touch in a comparative sense to the heifer standing right in behind her. And I wish she'd set her tail down out here at times. It maybe just throws her balance off just a touch, but good cattle there to go out and start the class. A leaner, fresher heifer comes second, one that's higher tying, and that's the advantage this second place heifer has over our class winner. She's a little taller fronted, paints a little neater picture as you study her through the front third of her skeleton. One that, like our class winner, is big boned, big footed, very loose made. For me, I'd like to just make this one a little bit deeper as you study her there at her center and particularly back into her flank and udder cavity. If that comes with some time, I think that decision gets even closer. From there down, I think there's a lot of give and take. A heifer that comes next is perhaps just a little bit plainer in terms of her kind, but you start reading through that and look at her length, her body depth, the muscle that she brings to the table, a female that's acceptable in terms of her structure. No, she's not the coolest looking one we've seen here today, but of our remaining options, I think she's the most fault-free, has a bright future as a cow. If you want one with a few more bells and whistles, the young lady with the blue bow here, this heifer certainly has it. One that's really heavy structured, really big footed, one that gives you a little bit neater look as you study her from the side. For me, I wish the pieces blended together just a bit better at times out here. I wish she hooked up just a shot better right in behind her shoulder. In particular, this one wants to run downhill and kind of throw that tail head up there in the air. If you change that about her, I think you like her a great deal. Moderate framed heifer here that comes next, a big bodied, big back kind of a female that needs to be taller fronted and just a shot longer as you study her from end to end. The heifer here that comes next is all of that. A little bigger framed, a little longer sided, very smooth heifer, but to me, the ones that strikes me is just a bit frail in terms of her bone work. Female that's just a little bit plainer and more generic in the way she's designed there through her front third. And with that, one you might like to lean up just a touch. You see her going away and you notice her pones just a little bit on that female. We conclude the class with one that is a bit fresher conditioned, perhaps just a little bit heavier structured. Need to drag her down in the center of her top and redesign her from hooks to pins. But it was a fun class to sort through. A nice pair of heifers there on the top end.
Our results from Class 6 Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 70, will also be our first place bred known, Goon Miss Macy M1, exhibited by Jack Bagoon of Groatsville, Virginia, with an average weight per day of age at 3.28. In second place, entry number 69 will also be our second place bred known, Stories Frost Holly's Joy 44M, exhibited by Stetson Story of Stockton, Illinois, with an average weight per day of age of 2.84. In third place, entry number 68, RP 33M Look Again, exhibited by Colby Prophet of Gray, Tennessee, with an average weight per day of age of 3.22. In fourth place, entry number 66, RB ABC Georgia May 123M, exhibited by Ava and Brimley Doge of St. Paul, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 67, exhibited by Rylan Hines of Magnolia, Kentucky. In sixth place, entry number 65, exhibited by Leanne May of Greenfield, Indiana. And in seventh place, rounding out our class, entry number 63, exhibited by Braylon Taylor of Alexandria, Kentucky. This will also serve as our second call for Class 9 Herefords, and this will also be our second call for Class 10 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time. This will be our final call for Class 9 Herefords. Final call for Class 9 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will also serve as our final call for Class 10 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area.
Well, good class as we transition into our fall division, and lots of depth, I think, throughout. Lots of, again, different things you can do within placings. To me, 3 extremely good ones. It was always these 2, in my opinion, when they hit the ring. I think these 2 are absolutely elite for the breed. And I think there's minor trade-offs between them, but I think they're both awfully good. To me, simply put, the difference in placing is this star-headed heifer looks extremely 12 o'clock out here today, in my opinion. She's so smooth in how she blends all her pieces together. It's impeccable. She's extremely comfortable, in my opinion, in terms of her lower skeleton when she's asked to lead. She doesn't hold her head up as high or quite as ropey, but she is so good in her joint work and the way she addresses the ground. She's still very comfortable yet balanced in her spine as she goes, and she is as elite as we've seen in terms of her undercarriage, the balance she's got from forehead back to flank, the maternal sweep and boldness, her hair quality, the way she blends everything, again, is just so 12 o'clock. That's what gave her the advantage today. I love this heifer in second, and quite frankly, I've never raised one as good as this heifer in second, so I'm not going to try to act smart and pick a big hole in her because there's not one. Today didn't hit me quite as hard, just in terms of smoothness and the way she blends as the heifer. She might not be as elite in terms of hair quality, specifically down low. She might just want to have just a touch of pone around her tail head, and when she stops and plants, it's not a structural issue, but she'll get a little lazy and get soft in her top there the more she stands. But my goodness, that's a good animal that doesn't have any holes, maybe just didn't hit me quite as hard as our class winner of 2 females that hit me very hard. Heifer in 3 is going to win a lot of stuff. That one is big and powerful and extended, big feet, big legs, high volumed, big haired, highly presented, very, very attractive. Just not as genuine in terms of her build as the 2 in front of her, not as pried open and genuine at her base. Her shoulder wants to sit a little lower than her hip, and the faster she wants to go, the more that kind of gets accentuated and gets a little tighter in her heart. So, but that's one that's awfully, awfully good to be standing third. Heifer to come in next is solid, not just the upper end elite look of the 3 ahead of her, but that one's really comfortable on her feet and legs, really balanced, really good made, just not as high volume, not as out there in terms of her pieces as the three ahead of her, but a very solid heifer. And young man, you do a good job of getting that one stuck. Another solid one structurally, and why she worked herself into fours. This heifer coming in next. She's really good on her feet and legs, and just in terms of bend and go, she's really balanced down her top line. She's up-headed. She just runs out of volume. For her frame size, we need more center body. Young man's got one that is a little deeper in terms of her center coming in next. That one's really striking, maternal on her look up front. Very balanced down her top line. That's another heifer I'd pry her apart, make her more genuine, and just make her go a little looser. That would help her as she goes about the ring. A moderate frame, stout featured comes in next. It's a little coarser and plainer in her look. A baldy comes in next that just needs more performance, but I appreciate her skeleton over the remaining three. Red one coming in next is bigger, more extended. I like that about her. It works out of her hock a little tighter. We wrap up with two cattle that are very genuine in terms of their center rib and muscle. Two cattle I'd change structurally the most and give them a little more ladylike up front. Very, very hard class to evaluate. Congratulations on a really good top two.
Another really high-quality class back here in our Hereford show. And with that said, I think the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and wins does so pretty handily in my mind. A heifer that's tremendously complete, one that's smooth and balanced, one that's sound as we set her in motion, still got some power to her as you study her bone work and you study her width and dimension. A female that's fresher in terms of her condition, in my opinion, than a heifer that goes in second. One I like a great deal to start. You'd change her just a touch in terms of her pin width. But that's being critical on one that's very, very good. Heifer here in second is one that grabs your attention really, really quickly because she is so petite in terms of her head, so tight-throated and high-headed, and then from there back, she's just massive in terms of her body, in terms of her underline, and in terms of her power. You get to study her, though, there's a few things you want to change. I think as you study her from her forerib forward, she's a little bit more up and down in the angle to her shoulder. It's been fit really well, but a heifer that's maybe not quite as comfortable there at her knee. Consequently, right in behind her shoulder, she breaks just a touch. And as you just step off of the cattle and study this one, she's, again, she's very, very youthful and refined in terms of her head and neck shape, but one that's maybe just a little bit more advanced in terms of her condition from there back. Heifer in third, I think, actually is a little bit more appropriate in terms of her condition. A female that's a little bit leaner, and I like that about her. A great big-bodied heifer that's really, really nice in terms of the angles to her structure. No, she's not as wild-looking in terms of her throat latch and chest floor, maybe not quite as cool in terms of her head. And you study her from hooks to pins, and you might square her up just a touch and drag her tail head down into her. But that's a high-quality heifer with a long runway in front of her. Heifer here got a little more splash of white on her that comes in fourth. I think one that's very similar to our third-place heifer in terms of her condition. I like her body depth and balance. She's a sound-structured heifer. For me, at times out here, she can work herself into a few more pieces. Maybe not quite as cool in the way she ties her head and neck out of her shoulder. A female that's maybe a little less impressive as you study her from hooks to pins. And then just in a general sense, when you step in behind this one, she's one you'd like to see come with just a touch more power. Heifer that comes next probably does that, maybe just a little bit more substance to this girl, if you will. With that, though, one that's maybe not quite as cool in terms of her look through her front 1/3, maybe not quite as ladylike in that regard, but one that's got some neat pieces, be a really, really fun one to breed on from a bone and foot standpoint. Heifer here that comes next is kind of the other side of the coin, a little bit more refined, if you will, maybe not quite as impressive in terms of her density and her body depth. I like that one in terms of her length and her ability to pick her head and neck up out of the top side of her shoulder, but one that we probably just need a bit more to, and one that needs to go with a little more cushion there off of her front end. You could say the same thing about the short-marked heifer that comes next, one that's a little more up and down on the front end of her structure. It breaks just a touch there right in behind her shoulders. I like her look in a general sense. You step off of her and you just total her in terms of her outline, and there's kind of a aesthetically pleasing silhouette to work from there. I think we just need a little bit more cushion, just need a little bit more heifer, and with some time I think that can improve. Easy keeping kind of a heifer here that comes next. That's a bit frailer in terms of her structure. Female for me I thought just had a little bit more look and eye appeal than the dark red heifer here that concludes the class. One that's big bodied and easy keeping, and it might be a bit to her detriment because that's one we'd like to lean up a great deal. One that just needs a little bit more balance and eye appeal to compete in a tough class. But really nice way to start off in this particular group. My compliments to each of these exhibitors.
Our results from Class 7 Simmentals. First place, entry number 86, J. Slew Proud Mary. 36554L, exhibited by Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, with an average weight per day of age of 2.67. In second place, entry number 84, Dwyer WGB Lana, 390L, exhibited by Mary Schick of Clinton, Illinois. Mabry Schick of Clinton, Illinois, with an average weight per day of age of 2.83. In third place, entry number 82, Black Satini L821, exhibited by Caden Roberts of Cumberland, Ohio, with an average weight per day of age of 3.17. In fourth place, entry number 74, B&K IVS CTS Sam's Lady, exhibited by Tucker Dickerson of Hope, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 85, Kaylee Cobble of Decatur, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 81, Evan Jackson, Holiday, Tennessee. In seventh place, entry number 87, Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. In eighth place, entry number 87, Riley Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts. Ninth place, entry number 76, Savannah Weaver, Newton, North Carolina. In 10th place, entry number 83, Gavin Melton of Modoc, Indiana. And finishing up our class, entry number 1, exhibited by Lila Melton of Modoc, Indiana. We also have the results of Class 7 Herefords. First place, entry number 73, C.W. Bonney, 4002, exhibited by Madeline and Breland Thompson of Amity, Missouri, with an average weight per day of age of 3.1. In second place, entry number 80, Hawk M.F. Ginger, 369, exhibited by Courtney Hockemeyer of Columbia, Indiana. She will also be your first place bred and known, and with an average weight per day of age of 3.34. In third place, entry number 74, BWSMH GDH Princess 006M, exhibited by Garrett and Scott Hickney of Staunton, Virginia. She will be your second place bred known, with an average weight per day of age of 3.81, or 18, excuse me. In fourth place, entry number 79, BACC 953, Georgia K, exhibited by Quentin Harper and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt of Branchville, New Jersey. Sixth place, entry number 77, exhibited by Mason Nipper Collins of Lewisburg, Tennessee. In seventh place, entry number 71, exhibited by Jillian and Evelyn Johnson, Navarre, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 78, exhibited by Breland Taylor, Alexandria, Kentucky. And rounding out our class, entry number 72, exhibited by Evan Burwell and Augustine Burwell of Zanesville, Ohio. This will also be our second call for Class 11 Simmentals and Class 10 Herefords. Second call for Class 11 Simmentals and our second call for Class 10 Herefords. Please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
We really turned up the heat in this particular division and couldn't be more pleased with the great three heifers we have out here in contention. The really dark red heifer here out of our first class, one that's got such a cool look as you study her up front, so high tying, so feminine as you study her in her front 1/3, and from there back a heifer that balances really well in terms of her underline. A heifer I like an awful lot in terms of the way she's designed from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that's sure enough sound out here as we compare to the cattle standing all around her. One that I think certainly in contention. If we're going to change her just a bit, she's just a little bit odd in the way she hooks up right in behind those shoulders, and you might like to strengthen her just a touch in that regard. but that's being critical of a very good heifer. A little bit different type and kind here out of our second class, one that's just overwhelming in terms of her body depth, a stout made kind of a female that's loose in terms of her structure. This one probably doesn't tie quite as high out of the top side of her shoulder, maybe not quite as elite in the way she's designed there through her front 1/3. But that one's going to be an awesome breeding piece going forward, one that's got a lot of really neat pieces to go ahead and work on for the young man. Heifer here out of our third class, we just got done talking, one that I like a great deal in the way she blends from the point of her shoulder back into her forerib. That's probably the advantage she has out here in this division, one that's very symmetrical, very balanced, and very complete from the side profile. A heifer that's sound in terms of her structure and got more than enough to her in terms of her muscle package. We talked just a minute ago. We changed her just a touch in terms of her pin width and where those sit on her hip. And that's where I think things get a little bit interesting and a bit closer out here for me. There's two of them, I think, that are in strong contention out here. I'm going to give them one more look. Let's put our hands together for another competitive division.
Another good class, I think probably as challenging as any because there's not heifers on either end that you start with, if that makes sense. I think it's real competitive on the top end, and it's real competitive throughout. So really had to dig in, if you will, to try to make some sense of how we line them up. We land on a very maternal kind of baldy that I just like her kind, and I can probably pick one major hole in her, and it's her front end. She certainly has more chest floor than is ideal at this stage. She's a little plainer up front. I just like her kind. She's moderate. She's stout-featured, yet very maternal and soft and flexible as she goes. She's really good in her body shape. I think she balances right. I think she's got some genuine shape when you step in behind her. So I'll forgive her, if you will, for having a little more chest floor because I just like her kind the best. That's why we started. Young man with the black heifer coming in next just continued to work his way up because this is another fault-free kind of heifer. She's complete, she's sound, she's good-bodied, she's moderate, she's nice-made. Again, she didn't overwhelm me in terms of look, and as we get down kind of looking at our top two here, she's better through her chest floor, but she maybe comes with just a little more shoulder. But just a real complete kind of heifer that, again, worked her way up because this young man does a good job of getting her stuck, and there's really nothing major wrong with that heifer. Baldy coming in next is a different kind. That's the big, high-performing, very long-spined one that you got to appreciate her ability to blend herself together. This young lady's doing a great job of getting her stopped, and she can give you as good a look as any right there. I'd change her genuine build, and that's why I put her third because she looks good enough on the profile to start, and I don't mind her at its size, but I probably would give her more volume in relation to that size. And although her width is fine, I'd still make her more genuine and more comfortable in her lower base in relation to her performance. Young man's heifer is more genuine. She's moderate. She's really good on her feet and legs. I like what's there if you study her in a bubble for just her natural shape and look. Simply put, if you look around her within this class, there just needs to be more of her. She needs to hit another gear in terms of performance, in my opinion, to get her any higher. Baldy heifer is a little more high volumed. I like the center cavity of this female just in terms of her depth and balance. I like how up-headed and striking she is when she stops and plants. That one to me just runs out of gas as we work down her skeleton. She's a little frailer at her base and gets flatter and wants to narrow as you travel down her lower quarter down. Red heifer has got a nice look to her, and this young man does a good job of getting her shown. That one's real striking up front, real balanced and strong down her top line and has some shape. I change her structurally and make her more comfortable and give her more center body to move her up any higher. Of the remaining four, I'll be honest, the hardest haired one probably is coming next. That one I'd changed structurally a little bit, but I just thought she was still more genuine in terms of her reach and go, more genuine, just natural rib shape and power. And that's why she lands where she lands. I would make her a little more ladylike in the way she lays her muscle. Baldy heifer is a little softer in her look. I'd change the way she strikes the ground. She gets high and tight in her spine, just not as comfortable structurally. Young man's got one that is a little looser going, but plainer up front and frailer at her base. Young lady's doing a good job here. I told you there really wasn't a good place to start, if you will, because this is a nice heifer. That one's up-headed and balanced down her top line. Just need to give her more gas in terms of bone and power to get her any higher, in my opinion, today.
Results from your division class. Your champion division heifer will be entry number 73, C.W. Bonney, 4002, exhibited by Madeline and Breland Thompson of Amity, Missouri, with an average weight per day of age of 3.10. Your reserve champion, Division 2 Heifer, will be entry number 50, Showtime Sunny 410, exhibited by Caitlin and Courtney Hockemeyer from Columbia City, Indiana, with an average weight per day of age of 3.16. And your bred and known champion will be entry number 70, Miss Macy, exhibited by Jack Bagoon, Gratotes, Virginia, with an average weight per day of age of 3.28. This will be our first call for Class 12 Simmentals. First call for Class 12 Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup area. This will also serve as our first call for Class 11 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time.
a nice pair here to start this particular class. I think the young ladies heifer here that's going to go ahead and win, I think just brings us a little bit more substance, a little bit more power and performance. And then you step off the side of this pair and really study him, and I do think she blends just a bit better. You study her right in behind her shoulder, study her the way she's designed and the way her tail head hooks up into her hip. I think she's a shot better in that regard. Still does it with plenty of structural integrity. A female that I think brings a lot of good pieces to the table. Heifer in second's a bit fresher. She's perhaps a bit higher headed and a little bit more ladylike as you study her through her front third. I think a heifer that has plenty of body depth. She's mobile enough as you study her in her rear too. But as I already touched on, a heifer that doesn't hook up quite as good right in behind her blades. Maybe one that's not quite as impressive in terms of her pin set. A female for me that just comes in a few more pieces out here. But I do like that one's feminine character and her overall freshness. Heifer in third here, I think just kind of a meat and potatoes kind of a heifer in terms of her balance, her body. A heifer that's got enough stoutness for me as you step in behind her. You compare to the cattle in front of her, maybe one that you'd like to change just a touch in the angle to her knee in particular. You might balance her up just a touch better as you study her back through her rear flank, just from a cosmetic sense. Heifer here next, I think one that you have to appreciate a great deal in terms of overall length and her performance. I think that's what edges her out over the heifer that comes next. She's a little longer bodied, a little more feminine in terms of her build. No, she's not probably quite as wowy in terms of her heaviness of structure, but I'm just a little more comfortable with that particular kind. Heifer here next, like I already said, massive in terms of her feet and her bone. A heifer that's stout, a rib shorter though, if you will, one that's maybe not quite as ladylike and feminine as you study her through her front third. Stretch that one out, and I think it gets close in an awfully big hurry. Really a high volume, high performing kind of a heifer that has a lot of stoutness here that comes next. For me, she simply needs to go better. One that's just a little bit shorter in terms of her stride, less collected as we set her in motion. We conclude the class with a heifer that's easy fleshing and moderate in terms of her frame score. Just like to tidy her up a bit as you study her through her throat latch. A female that just needs intensified in terms of her foot and her bone work. Nice class, a good way to start out.
Your results from Class 8 Herefords. First place, entry number 85, YB Bambi, D87 321, exhibited by Presley Jane Young of Springville, Tennessee. She will also be your first place bred known with an average weight per day of age of 3.24. Second place, entry number 82, MAV Felicia 28L, exhibited by Kaylee Grace Lovin of Lexington, Georgia, with an average weight per day of age of 3.00. In third place, entry number 83, HAPP Roland to Style 2089, exhibited by Lucas Gaddis of Bloomfield, Illinois, with an average weight per day of age of 2.85. Fourth place, entry number 84, exhibited by Jacob Fiskus of Oberlin, Illinois. In fifth place, entry number 86, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. In sixth place, entry number 87, exhibited by Scott and Garrett Hickey of Sichuan, Virginia. And rounding out our class, entry number 223, exhibited by Hayden Dangle of Gonzales, Louisiana. This will also serve as our second call for Class 12 Simmentals. Second call for Class 12 Simmentals. We'll also have our second call for Class 11 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Just a couple announcements here. Cattle for the Select Simmental sale will be on display today at 2 p.m. Food and beverages will be available next to the livestock office. The select sale starts at 4 p.m. in the New Market Hall. Also, our Simmental for our Eastern Regional Fundraiser event today in the West Hall Room W7, 1 hour after the junior show. Everyone will be selling frozen genetics and more. That'll be in W7, 1 hour after the junior Simmental show. Thank you. Class 12, Simmental. This will be your third and final call to be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Class 12, Simmentals. Also, this will be the third and final call for Class 11, Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Class 12, Simmentals, and Class 11, Herefords.
Good set and top heavy up here with, I think, a lot of things you could do and juggle this top four. Solid black heifer is my favorite and probably was my favorite when they hit the ring and does so starting at her base. I think of the top four, she's the best in my opinion in terms of her structure. I love how square she is. I love how soft she goes in terms of her skeleton. I think she's more stable. As soft as she is, I think she's more stable in how she sets her foot than her heifer 2 out here, which I think is a real advantage. And then from there up, that's a high volume, soft made, very, very attractive female. Probably the thing I like least about her is that she really wants to swish her tail while she walks, which kind of throws her off. But one that I think is just bulletproof in terms of her ability to blend. My favorite in motion. Star-headed heifer's awfully good here. This is a moderate kind of female. We've talked a lot about females that are impeccable in terms of their undercarriage. This is one of them. Chest forward back to flank is beautiful in terms of balance and the maternal sweep she's got. I don't mind that she's extra moderate. She's extra loose going. I can pick a few more holes in her. We talked about stability and how they set their foot. I'd change this one. She's really deep and soft, but it's not quite as stable as that heifer that beats her when she goes. She kind of wants to wiggle that pasture, and I wish she had a little more authority in how she sets it. She does that while she pops up in her spine just a little bit in relation to how she holds her head. So picking real nitpicky things in a very good heifer, those are the differences I saw in the top two. Big featured heifer here in third. This one does some set leading things. This one is very good in her reach and bend. She sets her foot with a lot of authority. She's maybe the boldest in terms of her body shape, and she's wild in how she holds her front end. To me, I can pick a few more holes in her. She wants to get rounder. She's got so much reach. She's rounder, ducks her pins, and not quite as attractive with that extra reach. And maybe the biggest thing to me, she's so tight about her neck. She's plainer and coarser about her head, in my opinion. Just not as attractive about her face as in a really competitive top trio. White stock-and-legged heifer is very highly presented and very nicely balanced. I like the way she blends herself on the profile. She's really comfortable in her spine in terms of being level. She's big-hipped and got some natural shape to her to go along with giving an attractive profile. Just not as big-featured, not as wild about her front end, and just the extra stretch of the heifer in front of her, not the extra volume, although I think she's good in those two areas. And we talked differences in structure in the top four. I think this one's very sound, but this is another one that kind of is not quite as stable as she sets her foot, wants to kind of set up on her toe, just not as comfortable in motion. Black Baldy coming in next is just a solid kind of female. I like that she's up-headed. I like that she's level and balanced down her top line. She's just a little plainer in terms of her look in relation to the top four that I think are very, very high quality. And that one's set in motion, maybe just not the extras there all the way around as the cattle ahead of her. Pound for pound, one of the best showmen we've seen coming in the ring today is this young lady. This heifer and her have been all over this ring, and she's done a good job. And I think that's a good strategy because that's a very sound, structured heifer, so she continued to work her way up in terms of her balance, her symmetry, her ability to get and go with some authority. Just runs out of gas. She's just not as powerful, not as big bone, not as shapely as some cattle ahead of her. We do get into a bigger, stouter kind of baldy that's balanced and long down her top line. I change her structure and just make her more comfortable as she hits the ground. We round up the class with 3 heifers that I think are very stout and genuine in their muscle and rib, which I think will have a lot of breeding value for those 3 moving forward. And they're good show heifers just in terms of balance. 3 that are just a little harder in terms of the look, a little harder in terms of their structure.
Would our first and second place Herefords please make their way to the makeup area for the Division 3? Our results from Class 9 Simmentals. First place, entry number 103, J.S. Dairy Queen, 87L, exhibited by Michaelin Helmkick from New Philadelphia, Ohio, with an average weight per day of age of 2.99. In second place, entry number 102, J. Slew Rosie, 365-3L, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma, with an average weight per day of age of 2.69. In third place, entry number 114, Y. Smith Jammin L16, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Phillip, West Virginia, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.79. In fourth place, entry number 107, Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 112, Ben Byers, Nicholasville, from Nicholasville, Kentucky.
Simmental entry 117 to scale.
In sixth place, entry number 111, Adeline Painter from Newton, North Carolina. Seventh place, entry number 110, Angela Myers, Russellville, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 106, Macy Jo Bell from Bardstown, Kentucky. In ninth place, entry number 113, Laura Ellington from Mount Sterling, Kentucky. And rounding out our class, entry number 109, Lila Melton from Modoc, Indiana. Your Division III should be in the ring right now. This will be the first call for Class 13 Simmentals. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Also, we should have our first and second place exhibitors from the Heifer Division III. You should be in the makeup area at this time. First and second place Herefords from Division III.
Our fall division's been very, very strong on our purebred Simmental side, and we had some close calls, I think, out here. I think you could certainly say both or all three of these classes. I think it was competitive and different things that you can do. It started very fast with a lot of numbers in that particular set in relation to the show within this particular first class, and was very competitive, in my opinion, on two heifers that I like a bunch. I think they're a little different in type and kind, and simply put, I think today, as we talked about in class, the star-headed heifer just looks so 12 o'clock. I mean, just she's so dialed in from nose to tail, so smooth blending in the way she puts everything together. It's very, very impressive. Another one of those that's extra loose in how she goes about her skeleton, yet I think stable in the way she works it. And then again, just so impressive and smooth how she puts it together. Again, I think you could easily switch the pair depending on how they hit you, because the heifer in second is awfully, awfully good. Now, our next class was, I thought, competitive between this particular pale. They're baldy. We talked about just being my kind, moderate, soft, good-bodied, good structure. She's got some chest floor and is a little plainer in her look up front in relation to the cattle standing around her, but just a good kind, in my opinion. We talked about the black heifer that was second, just being very, very complete and coming with some power. We'll get into this next class. We just talked about black heifer won that particular set because she's my favorite in terms of structure. That one's really good and comfortable as she goes. She stops and plants with some natural performance, in my opinion, both just in size and volume. She's got some shape. She's got some natural muscle shape and pin width, which I like about her. I don't know if she's quite as smooth everywhere as another one or heifer out here, just in the way she blends everything, but I think she blends it very, very good, and I don't think this is one you can forget about, because I think that's a high quality heifer that does a lot of things right, and I like the extra volume and performance she comes with. And then we could easily switch that pair, in my opinion. That star-faced heifer is so good in her undercarriage, her moderation, her body, the extras that she comes with, both in terms of quality and bend, I think are high quality. So again, we got a decision to make here between probably, in my mind, 3 heifers. I'll take one more look and show you how I like them this morning. Congratulations on a strong Simmental show. Please give these kids a round of applause on a heck of a set.
Back over here in our Hereford show. Really a fun class to sort through. And I'll be honest, if any of the top trio was just dead perfect in terms of their structure, I think you could make a case to run them to the top. And that being said, the longer they're out here, the young lady's heifer is going to go ahead and win. I think she just puts the most good pieces together in my mind. She's got a decided advantage in terms of her flexibility off the front end of her skeleton over the heifer in second, one that's just a little bit more appropriate in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. She's a bolder rib kind of a heifer. And when you step in behind the cattle, she's maybe just a bit surprising in how much power and hip and muscularity she does have. No, she's not the highest tying, wildest necked one we've seen today. At times, she maybe becomes up just a touch short and getting to her step. But in the long run, I think there's just a little bit more brood cow there, a little more three-dimensional quality, and I prefer her off the front end of her skeleton. Heifer in second is one that catches your eye. If for nothing else, her presentation is very much on point. Young man does an exceptional job of getting her shown. She ties a little bit higher. She's a little tidier there at her throat latch and her chest floor. I like this one's length, and she has an advantage in terms of the way she goes off of her rear too. She sets down on a little bit more bone and foot size as well. It's the front end of this one's skeleton that maybe causes me some concern. She's a bit more up and down in the angle to her shoulder, straighter at her knee, and consequently she toes out just a shot. I could probably tolerate that, but when you step in behind that top pair of cattle, she loses me in terms of her shape, her rib, her overall muscularity, but a neat heifer to study. Heifer in third is probably a little bit the combination of the two that go before her in terms of her outline and in terms of her combination matched with her power, a bold-ribbed, big hip kind of a female that's still got some look. With that said, we'd tuck her chest floor back into her a little more neatly, and then in particular, we'd redesign that one, the angle to her hock. You study her joint work, and especially the way she's assembled there on her off back leg, a heifer that just needs to be a little bit looser made. Heifer here in fourth, I think one that's a very complete heifer that has body and rib and muscularity. Female for me, maybe not as balanced underneath as a couple of those that go before. On the standstill, you want to call her the structural upgrade in this particular class, but she kind of confuses me a bit when you set her in motion. Wants to rock up on those ankles. We'd just settle her a little bit in that regard if we could. High volume kind of a heifer comes next, one that's got a lot of body, a lot of rib shape, plenty of power as you step in behind her. Perhaps a little more mature in the shape to her face and in her presentation there through her front 1/3. A heifer that's a little more fragile in terms of her foot shape and her heel depth. Like to set her down just a little more securely there on her rear too. A heifer that comes next is different in terms of her type and kind. A high tying, fresh condition kind of a heifer for me that just needs more body and fore-rib power to compete in this particular class. Heifer here next, young lady in the cowboy hat, one that I like a great deal in terms of her body depth and symmetry. A little plainer in the shape there to her hock, the way she strikes the ground at her pastern, maybe not quite as elite in the look she gives you from her fore-rib forward. Heifer that comes next, one that's undeniably massive, big body, bold rib kind of a female with her power. She comes with a shorter neck, a little bit plainer throat latch and chest floor. Heifer here next, undeniably powerful. If you're into muscle and shape, you maybe gravitate to this one a little more quickly than I do because she certainly has it. But with that power comes a rounder muscle package, a higher tail head set. We need to redesign her from the hooks back to shuffle her up in this particular group. Really a dense made one here next. A heifer that's big boned and big footed. I appreciate that about the female. For me, one that just doesn't give us the look and balance from a side profile. A heifer that turns next is one that's really impressive from her ease of fleshing ability, really bold ribbed with that perhaps a little more advanced in her condition as you study her through her front 1/3. Lean that one up. I think it allows her to go a little bit better. And we conclude the class with one that is a bit fresher, if you will, one that's very symmetrical as you study her underneath. But we just need to change her tail head, stouten up her foot, and loosen her structure. A very nice class and a good way to start out.
Well, just the single August here to start our summer division, but she'll be additive in the division. One from gate to here seems very sound structured, very up-headed, maybe as unique as anything, as she is very striking on the profile. Get in behind her. That's a big hip, thick-ended one. Again, I'll look forward to seeing her back into the division. Congratulations to you.
Attention in the barns. This is your second call. Class number 13, Simmental. Second call, Class 13, Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 12, Herefords. First call, Class 12, Herefords. Results of Class number 9 of your junior Hereford show. In first place goes to entry 94, Purple Sutton 126L, exhibited by Blakely and Stetson Story of Stockton, Illinois, with a weight per day of age of 2.75. In second place goes to entry number 102, VH 561C Laney 316L, exhibited by Sam Staunton of South Solon, Ohio, with a weight per day of age of 2.67. In third place goes to entry number 90, RB ABC Lada Colada, exhibited by Ava Doing and Bremley Doing of St. Paul, Indiana, with a weight per day of age of 2.88, and also your first place bred and owned. In fourth place goes to entry number 97, exhibited by Mason Nipper Collins of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Fifth place goes to entry number 99, exhibited by Bailey and Shelby Pearl of DeQuain, Illinois. Sixth place to entry number 98, Amberlyn Christianberry. Seventh place goes to entry number 100, Hallie Hughes. Eighth place goes to entry number 103, Anthony Menzrano. In ninth place goes to entry number 96, Marley Granis. And 10th place goes to entry number 101, Kyler Cooley. 11th to entry number 92, William Sexton. And 12th place goes to entry number 91, exhibited by Bo Satcher of North Carolina.
Results from your Simmental Division III champion, entry number 86, J. Slew Proud Mary 365 4L, exhibited by Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve Division III champion, entry number 84, Dwyer WGB Lana 390L, exhibited by Mabry Schick of Clinton, Illinois. And your bred and owned champion, Black Satin L821, exhibited by Caden Roberts of Cumberland, Ohio. This will be your final call for Class 13 Simmentals. Final call for Class 13 Simmentals. This will be our second call for Class 12 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time.
Nice class Octobers here. I think a fairly obvious place to start off in my mind. Young lady brings us a gorgeous colored heifer here that's really, really highly presented. A heifer that's got enough look and balance, one that hooks up really well in the way she ties from her point back into her forerib. Love her symmetry underneath, a powerfully constructed heifer from a rib shape and a muscularity standpoint. I think in this particular group and in a comparative sense, the soundest structured option in this particular class. You know, it's as equally as obvious to using her as maybe what you might change about her. It's been fit really well, but you might want to tuck that tail head a little more neatly down into her hip. that's being hypercritical of the best heifer in this class by a considerable margin in my mind. The heifer here in second, I think, has a lot of good pieces about her. Young lady kind of ran into a buzzsaw out here because you have a big-bodied, bold-sprung heifer that's very, very mobile in terms of her structure. She needs to be a little bit neater looking as you study her in her throat latch and in her chest floor. Maybe not the wild pieces of that one that goes ahead and wins the class, but that's a useful kind of a female. Be a fun one to go ahead and breed on. Bit of a coin flip here, maybe between third and fourth. For me, I'll be the first to admit our third place heifer needs to be powered up substantially from end to end and with respect to her bone and feet as well. But I like this heifer's outline a great deal better. You just tear in and study her. I think this one's better about the way she hooks up behind her shoulders, a sounder spine kind of a female that's built better from hooks to pins. If she is just a bit stouter, I think the decision in this particular pair becomes even more convincing, but for me that one's just a little bit more my speed. If you need a bit more volume here in the bottom pair, young lady's heifer's one you can gravitate towards, a little more amped up in her muscle package, a little bit bolder sprung and deeper sided. I'd like to see this one redesigned as you study her riding behind her blades, the way she hooks up there at her hip loin junction, maybe set her hind legs in her a bit better, but a quality heifer from a body and a density standpoint.
Once again, as a reminder, exhibitors, Class 13, Simmentals, you should be in the makeup area at this time. Class 13 Simmentals, this is your final reminder.
Announcers.
This will serve as your third and final reminder. Class 12 Herefords, please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Third and final reminder, Class 12. Once again, on our Simmental side, cattle for the select Simmental sale will be on display at 2 p.m. Food and beverage will be available next to the livestock office. The select sale will start at 4 p.m. at New Market Hall. Also, for the Eastern Regional Fundraiser event, it'll be today in the West Hall Room W7, 1 hour after the Junior Simmental show. This will be your first call for Class 14 Simmentals. Please be making your way to the makeup area. Also, this will be your first call for Class 13 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time.
Results of class number 10 of your Hereford show. In first place goes to tag 108, BACC 629, Georgia K356. It was exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama, with a weight per day of age of 2.93. In second place goes to entry number 104, HR 9160, Mandy 104L, exhibited by Ellie and Maylee Porich of Lewisburg, Tennessee, with a weight per day of age of 2.94. In third place goes to tag 109, Day If Single Lady 14, exhibited by Caden and Corbin Perry of Tower Hill, Illinois. Fourth place goes to tag 112, exhibited by Anna Gale Saley of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the Hereford ring is Class 11 of your senior Hereford heifer calves.
Our results from Class 10 Simmentals. Entry number 115, first place, HVNR Legend L48H, Mr. Brody, exhibited by Mr. Brody Ingram from Winchester, Illinois.
Another good class as we continue on, and it's competitive here, 3-4 deep. I think there's different things we can do. I just really like this bald-faced heifer the minute she hit the ring, specifically within this close top pair decision. I like just that she's a little longer. She's a little bigger, she's a little longer, which I appreciate. From nose to tail, more length there. I think that one's real up-headed. There might be just a few more wrinkles of skin, if you will, but she's a little longer neck there, real up-headed, real maternal and attractive, and the way she puts it together, extra comfortable in her joint works as she goes. So I just think a little more appropriate, my kind, and very high-end just in terms of maternal look and her ability to combine practicality with a high-quality look. Star-headed heifer is very dialed in and very put together, and this young lady does a very good job showing her, so it makes it a tough call. To me, just a little shorter and rounder everywhere. I'd probably take her a half frame size bigger, as we allude to, but just a little shorter spined, a little shorter fronted, maybe just a little rounder shouldered, and she's just a little shorter everywhere, so she's a little shorter, harder in her step, and a little straighter from her hock down. I say all that to say she is more than good in all those areas. That's a high-end, big-time heifer. The difference is between a close top pair, in my opinion. If I like them powerful and big and add some shape and natural product into the next generation, you time the heifer in 3, and I like her for all those reasons. That is a little bigger, higher volumed heifer, and get in behind her. Lots of shape, lots of rib, lots of muscle. So I think breeding value-wise, this one maybe can do as much of any if mated to the right bull, and in her own bubble, if you will, still very attractive in terms of her look. Again, her extra power just kind of plays to her deficit out here as well, because in a high-end top trio, just a little rounder, coarser looking, not as soft, a little higher in terms of her tail head, so just maybe not as pleasing from the profile. Red heifer's awfully nice. That one's extra good in terms of the bend she's got. She's soft. She can come together with a balanced look. Maybe just not as out there in terms of her pieces of power in 3 or look and balance of our first and second heifer. And as she goes, I like the extra bend she's got. I think she's sound, but it gets a little uncoordinated looking from her hock down. But really practical, really nice kind of heifer there in 4. Black heifer solid that comes in next. She's got a big foot. She sets it down soft and with some authority. Young lady does a good job of getting her pulled together and gives us a balanced look. Just runs out of power and gas, specifically when you get behind her, not as round in terms of her rib shape and muscle. Baldy heifer coming in next is a little stouter in her kind. I like the reach that she's got in her structure. That one can rope up and give you a nice look up front. It just comes in more pieces. Deeper in her chest floor, off in her hip, not as soft there in her flank, so just doesn't blend it all together, as well as a few ahead of her. We wrap up with a trio of females. I think all have a lot of good to them. I think they're practical in terms of their build. They're moderate and have some body. Simply put, they're the 3 that I probably changed structurally the most and not quite as stylish as those cattle ahead of them.
Your results from Class 11 Simmentals. First place, entry number 118, BFJV Curious Victory L050, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.64, exhibited by Abigail Brighton, Olmsted, Illinois. Second place, entry number 119, TJSC So Sweet 406L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.5, exhibited by Laylee Colson of Kenton, Ohio. Third place, entry number 387, LAA LJR Jara 385L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.96, exhibited by Brianne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 124, exhibited by Kylie Ray Childers of Hartsley, Alabama. Fifth place, entry number 117, Nora Gregory from Battleground, Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 127, Megan Hayden, Jacksonville, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 122, Carson Oliver, Bellevue, Florida. Eighth place, number 128, Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana. And finishing up our class today, entry number 125, Grayson Ruber, Georgetown, Kentucky. This will also be our third and final call for Class 13 Herefords. Third and final call for Class 13 Herefords. We'll also do our third and final call for Class 14 Simmentals. Please be in the makeup area. Third and final call.
Well, not as many numbers as expected within our summer division as we've seen to this point, but still the same kind of quality. And we're going to land on two division winners I think are very, very good. Our single entry up front, I told you I felt like she'd be additive to the division, and she is. I think that one's really comfortable in her lower joints, and as we talked about, to be sound and really attractive in how she can hold her front end, it's just as equally impressive that she's as stout-featured down low and as big-hipped and pinned as she is. The differences I see in relation to her and the two older heifers, just center body volume, not as bold when you get in around behind her, not quite as soft into her flank as these two heifers that are a little more mature. We just talked about this class, and I think lots of trade-offs. Our class winner, so good and comfortable in her joint work, the extra size and length in relation to her balance and quality, I thought was really good. That star-headed heifer is so compact and dialed in and attractive in the way she puts it all together. So competitive scenario with all three heifers. I'm going to keep this second class together. They'll be champion in reserve.
Results from your Division 4 Simmental. Champion, entry number 118, BFJV Curious Victory L050, exhibited by Abigail Brighton, Olmsted, Illinois. Your reserve champion, Division 4, TJSC So Sweet 406L, exhibited by Laylee Colson of Kenton, Ohio.
A fun class back here on our Hereford side. A top pair of heifers I like very well. I think there's subtle differences in between them, but the one thing I'd point out, the similarity in them is their structure. I think both of these heifers are tremendously loose-made and tremendously at ease when we set them in motion out here in the ring. The heifer that's going to go ahead and win has a massive foot underneath her. I like the foot quality of that female. When you step in behind the cattle and study them, this heifer edges out the one in second just ever so slightly as you study her from hooks to pins. She's just a little bit longer hipped, a little bit squarer in terms of her pin set. Love the power that one has. Love the freshness that she has. The presentation in that regard is very, very good. And then, as I already said, one that just absolutely motors out here, does so with a big set of running gear. High quality heifer to start out. Heifer in second has her advantages in her own right. This heifer is perhaps just a little bit better right there at her center body and back into her flank. A heifer that's really bold sprung and impressive in terms of her rib. Stout female as you step in behind them. For me, this heifer comes in a couple more pieces, maybe not quite as nice right in behind her shoulder, and I already alluded to it. One that is on the standstill there, you get to study in her hip, maybe not quite as impressive from hooks to pins, but again, one that's tremendously flexible. I love the power and the body that one has. Blended together a tick better, and it gets to be even closer than it already is. Heifer in third's intriguing to me. I like this one's flexibility. I like her body depth. A female that's still got a neat look up front. I wish she was a bit longer sided, and then in particular one that kind of wants to throw that tail head up there. We just change her a touch in that regard. She ran into a buzzsaw right in front of her because that heifer wins some other classes that we've seen today. Different type and kind of heifer here in fourth, one that's really massive in terms of her body. She corrects the one that goes right before her in terms of her body length. I prefer this heifer's length of spine, length of hip, if you will, a bit better. A heifer, again, one of the sounder structured classes we've had today. I like this heifer when we set her in motion. Needed her to pick her head and neck up taller out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe refine her just a touch there through her front 1/3, but a good heifer nonetheless. Heifer that comes next is a little bit bit better there through her front 1/3. Nice shape to her face, really chiseled and trim in terms of her neck, flat shouldered. All that being said, from their back, she reads like you would expect. She's a bit flatter ribbed, a bit flatter in terms of her muscle package. Thought we needed just a little bit more heifer there, but I appreciate the freshness, I appreciate the look that she brings to the table. Heifer here next is a bit of the other side of the coin because she is so bold and dense and pulled apart. Got great big bone and feet underneath her. Perhaps just a little more advanced in terms of her maturity, in terms of her condition. Plainer there in the shape to her throat and her chest. One I'd like to change just a bit in the way she meets the surface there off of her front end. It starts at her knee where she's not quite as relaxed. A heifer that's maybe a little bit more plainer Jane in terms of her presentation, but I like her kind. She's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's symmetrical. She needs to be a little bit neater looking up front. And then in a comparative sense, I think needs just a little bit more foot and bone underneath her. She's more than stout enough in that regard to go out there and go to work and be a cow. I think she just runs into a tough class, and that sorts it a bit in my mind. Heifer here that comes next is one that's really rugged and dense. She is a bit bigger boned and footed than the one that goes before, like that one's body. Just a little more jammed together, a little bit plainer as you study her there through her front third. Need a little bit more length and elegance in that one to move her up. The heifer that comes next is longer spined, one that I think has some power to her. To her detriment, though, she ties lower and then just labors a bit more in the way she goes off of both ends of her skeleton. The heifer that comes next is high-performing, big body, and easy keeping, needs just a little bit more look and balance, and we conclude the class with a heifer that's perhaps a bit fresher in terms of her condition, just need more body and bone and just show ring eye appeal to compete. But a very, very good pair there on the top end. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Our results from Class 11. First place, entry number 114, LCC J16, Miss Swifty 75L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.8, exhibited by Everlyn Foster, Niles, Michigan. Second place, entry number 122, GGSC Corral 103L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.85, exhibited by Morgan Riley, Grove, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 126, KJDCC 181H Gemstone 319L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.4, exhibited by McKenna and Tessa Smith of Huberts, Wisconsin. In fourth place, entry number 222, exhibited by Scott and Garrett Hickey of Sichuan, Virginia. In fifth place, entry number 121, exhibited by Tyler Miller, Atlanta, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 118, exhibited by Caroline Garrell from Petersburg, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry number 125, exhibited by Sawyer Black, Sherrill Hills Ford, North Carolina. Eighth place, entry number 127, exhibited by Benton and Braden McCallahan, Waverly, Tennessee. Ninth place, entry number 119, exhibited by Salem and Sedona Sifford from Goldville, Virginia. 10th place, entry number 124, exhibited by Marilyn Lewis, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And finishing up our class today, entry number 115, exhibited by Abby Ann Patrick of Darlington, Maryland. This will be our second call for Class 14 Herefords. Second call for Class 14 Herefords. We will also have our second call for Class 15 Simmentals. Please be in the makeup area at this time. Second call for Class 14 Herefords and second call for Class 15 Simmentals. Thank you.
Very competitive division of fall heifers out here. Back on our Hereford side, I think one of the deeper divisions we've seen so far today, and it started there out of our first class. Beautiful marked heifer that I thought brought a lot of quality in that particular pair, and she did so with just a little bit more body and substance, hooked up a bit better right in behind her shoulder. You get her out here and compare her to the cattle right behind her, and no, she doesn't fall off at all in terms of quality. Might change her just a bit in the way she's designed underneath the presentation from hooks to pins. That's being critical of a high-quality heifer. Heifer here out of our second class. That was a little bit of a coin flip. The heifer that we went ahead and used, and I've already said it, one that's maybe not just flawless in the way she goes there off of her rear too, but one that I like in terms of just her body density. Female that's really good in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her hip and her muscle pattern. A female that I think still paints a good enough silhouette out here for us. Another one that I think really adds to our lineup out here. Not the numbers here out of our third class, if I recall, but one that was pretty commanding in that particular group. A heifer, again, that paints us a nice silhouette. We said it about some others out here already, but one that's really, really nice in terms of her center body depth, in terms of her rib shape. A heifer, as you step in behind her, it's got plenty of power, still paints us a nice picture. We already talked about it. We changed her tail head and the way it ties into her hip just a shade. Again, critiquing a very high-quality animal, that's pretty minimal. We just wrapped up a really competitive class here out of our fourth class in this particular division. Two heifers in that particular drive that I liked an awful lot in terms of their just structural integrity. And the heifer that wins this class is one that paints us a nice picture, really nice in the angle to her shoulder and her knee, just dead on in the way she's built at her hock and her rear pastern. Some of that quality starts at the ground. That's a great big-footed, high-quality footed kind of a heifer that came to us in really nice condition and beat an awfully good heifer there in second as well. I'll put the mic down and show you how I like them. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. We'll get you a pair.
Real good set of 5, and I think you can juggle these cattle around a lot of different ways. We're kind of getting to that age of these cattle where they've sorted themselves out, and so if they're in this class, they're at the top end of this particular subset, and again, they're good all the way down. Baldy up front wins two ways. When you get in behind the cattle in this view right here, she is very, very fresh. I think when you get in behind her, she's very fresh over her top line and really genuine in terms of a bold, round rib shape, having some natural pin width and just some natural shape to her. So get in behind her, very pleasing how fresh and genuine she is. And then on the profile, she always stops and plants extremely correct and extremely up-headed. She's very arrogant in how she sets her head, neck, high to the top of her shoulder. She's the least in terms of hair, so she doesn't study quite as big-legged as some cattle out here, and she is just a little fuller in her chest floor than ideal, but I still call that thing very fresh in the rig that she's in. And again, she's structurally built very good, so high-headed and arrogant and attractive on the profile. Heifer in second is just really, really good meat and potatoes kind of female, and I say that in a positive light because that one does a lot of things right. Big feet, big legs, extra comfortable and flexible as she goes in her lower skeleton. Very attractive and level, yet flexible in her spine as she goes. A heifer that I would call fresh just in terms of some added volume that she brings to the table. Compared to her class leader, that one's just a little plainer about her front end. Not quite as wild in her look up front, maybe coming with a little more shoulder in relation to her added stoutness. But that's the other heifer I'd call very fresh, just very comfortable and rugged in terms of her overall build. Young man's heifer coming in third can give you a very striking look on the profile. I like that she's got some size because she's got the body to go with it just in terms of natural depth, and then she can stop and plant as good as any right there, tucked up in her chest floor, neat about her head, neck, and shoulder, very balanced from there back. She falls into third, 2 reasons. When you get in behind the cattle, she's just not as genuine in terms of shape. She's a little flatter in terms of her rib and muscle than those two, and she's carried a little more condition into her udder and a little longer in terms of her teat size. Don't think that's going to be a major place or a major issue for her. Just some differences there. Young man, you do a good job of showing this heifer because she gives you a nice look. Big pieces in the heifer in 4. That's another big-footed, heavy-structured one that I think goes with some comfortability. She's deep-sided and balanced in terms of her look from the profile. Simply put, of this particular set, I feel like she's just the stalest in terms of her look, specifically when you get over her top line. She's a little staler there, a little emptier in her shape. Looks like she's breathing a little harder, just took the trip a little harder as much as anything, so just not as fresh in terms of her look. I do think she's got some big pieces, and I think she's balanced, again, again, stout-featured and sound. Baldy heifer hurt me a little bit to pull her in 5 because this young man's showing her really hard, and he stopped and planted her over here on the profile, and she can give you a very good, fresh, high-quality look. So, again, young man, that's a good one. I wouldn't be discouraged. It's this look where she falls into 5 because she gets up in her spine when she goes, and when you get in behind her, she's just the narrowest gauged heifer that you want to pry apart in her skeleton, but a high-quality heifer, well presented, well shown. Good class. Congratulations to your winner.
Your results from your Division III Hereford Senior Heifer Calf Division III champion, entry number 114, LCC J16, Miss Swifty 75L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.8, exhibited by Everly Foster, Niles, Michigan. Your reserve champion, Division III, entry number 122, GGSC Corral 103L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.85, exhibited by Morgan Riley of College Grove, Tennessee. And your bred and owned champion is entry number 85, YB Bambi D87 321, with an average weight per day of gain of 3.24, exhibited by Presley Jane Young, Springville, Tennessee. Just a reminder, exhibitors and fitters, no aerosol is to be in the barns or Broadbent Arena. No aerosol in the facility. Our results from Class 12 Simmental, first place, exhibitor 138, J. Slew, Mary's Proud, 341 5L, exhibited by Chase Riley, Wyoming, Illinois, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.5. Second place, exhibitor 131, BTYL Chicken of the Sea, 632L, exhibited by Kaylee Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.55. Third place, entry number 139, WCCO Boots, 412L, with an average weight per gain of 2.52, exhibited by Liam Binion of New Concord, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 134, exhibited by Delaney Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And finishing up our class, entry number 379, exhibited by Everett Ryan of Bernard, Iowa. While we've got a moment, we'd like to introduce our judge in the Hereford ring, Mr. John Sweeney from Cedarville, Ohio. John lives in Cedarville, Ohio with his wife Kayla and son Jack, where they raise Angus cattle. John is a 2011 graduate of Iowa State University. He is also a beef sales rep for Elanco Animal Health. He has judged local, state, and national shows across the U.S. Please help us welcome Mr. John Sweeney.
a pretty logical place to start off in this class of summer females out here. Heifer that puts together so many good pieces from a balance and symmetry standpoint. One I like a great deal as you step off to the side of the cattle. One that comes to us in the correct kind of condition, still gives us enough look and length and femininity up front, smooth enough shouldered, big enough bodied, and you step in behind the cattle, more than enough muscle. I like the way she gets out and goes off of both ends of her skeleton from a feet and leg standpoint. If you're going to tweak her structurally, you do so right in the center of her spine, and we set her in motion. She wants to come apart just a bit there in terms of her hip to loin junction. That's a pretty minor criticism on a heifer that does a lot of things really, really well. The next two heifers I think are similar in terms of their type and kind, and perhaps a bit of give and take between them. This heifer in second, I'd certainly lean up in terms of her condition. I'd stouten up her foot, and I'd relax her in the angle to her front end structure. But for me, one I like that has just a little bit more look there as you study her through her front third. Tremendously balanced, tremendously deep-sided. Some of that comes from the excess condition that she carries, but a heifer that still has a lot of punch there as you study the center third of that girl. That one here in third is massive in terms of her feet and her bone, really loose in terms of her structure. Appreciate that about her. She's a little bit deceptive. When you step in behind her, she's maybe not quite as big-hipped and stout as you might expect. Couple that with the fact that she ties just a little lower out of her front third and has just a little more condition deposited in her throat and chest. Thought she kind of found that three-hole in a logical way for me. The heifer next is quite a bit greener in terms of her condition. I actually prefer that. I think this one's much closer to our class winner in terms of her freshness. I like her length and her extension. With her freshness, she probably doesn't have quite the depth of body, probably not quite as good right there at her heart or back in into her flank underneath the presentation. Like to see just a little bit more calf when you step in front of this one, and perhaps just a tick narrower chested, but one that's got big bones and a cool look as you study her from the side. Heifer here next, one that's really bold in terms of her rib shape, thick-ended, kind of a female that's big bone. She needs more drop as you study her underline, just a little bit more tubular in that regard. I think if you do that, you can upgrade her pretty quick. Heifer here that comes next, dark red female, really cool colored. One for me that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her kind. Things kind of run downhill to her chest floor. Her chest floor is the deepest part of her underline, which is kind of a pet peeve of mine. I'd like to give her just a little more freshness and look and eye appeal, but that heifer's still functional and useful when you get her back into the cow herd. And we conclude the class with a more moderate frame kind of a heifer that's easy keeping, maybe not as high time, maybe not as long necked and elite in terms of her look, but one that's got some nice pieces to go ahead and breed on. Really good class. I think a good way to start out. My compliments to each of these exhibitors.
Fun sort here on top. And again, we're getting into scenarios where I think there's a lot of different things you can do, and we've got some depth here in terms of quality and size of class. This bald face heifer, I think, just is the most of the most, if you will. She's obviously the biggest, and I don't mind that because I think good comes in different shapes and sizes. And so I do think her extra size, length, extension plays to her advantage, but just beyond that, she's really, really good. And when that one gets and goes, it's impressive to me, her size, her length, and how comfortable she is. She's the best up front in her shoulder, knee, and how she addresses the ground. She's so long-spined and level and appropriate, yet loose. She's so comfortable how she steps with a lot of flexibility, yet authority. So it's impressive to me that she's the biggest, most extended one, and my favorite in terms of how she holds it together in motion. Just a very, very dialed in, impressive animal, the way she puts her pieces together. You can switch this pair, in my opinion, if you want to on top. This heifer probably blends herself together a notch better, specifically in her forerib compared to that heifer that wins, because that one's so long and extended, she does get off right there sometimes in her forerib. This one doesn't. This one from nose to tail blends herself together impeccably. And so if you like them a little more jammed up and a little leveler, a little more bulletproof, you go with that one. This one, in my opinion, it was a little more impressive, just the overall size and extension of that one and the way she put herself together. And with this one being a little more compact, she's very sound, but she does just get a little straighter from her shoulder down as she wants to go. Young man does a great job with this heifer in third. This one's as fresh as any, as round-ribbed as any, as maternal and attractive about her head, neck, and shoulder as any, and he gets it all out of her when he pulls her together. So on the profile, this one is, you could certainly start this one. She goes third for me in motion, and it's specifically because she's a little frailer down low, a little more closed, as robust as she is in her center cavity. She's a little more closed at her base, a little frailer there, and so just goes a little more fragile, a little more sluggish, if you will, in terms of her movement. But he's done a great job of managing that female, and that's a high quality one to be standing in third, in my opinion. Black stock and leg heifer, if you wanted to switch this next pair, I'm not going to argue with you. To me, that's a pretty good animal. I think that one's sound enough. She's got enough shape, real genuine out of her spine in terms of shape, real genuine into her rib, get behind her, round muscled, moderate, again, goes good enough. She could certainly be deeper, and she's fuller into her chest floor than I want, but pretty fresh and pretty genuine, and that's where she lands, Yeah, again, if you want to switch this pair, because this is a bigger, extended, highly shown, highly presented heifer, so certainly don't want to take anything away there. And on the stop, that one is bigger and balanced and gives you a good look. She just struggles too much out of her front end for me. She carries a little more condition around her shoulder and chest floor, but she really wants to throw her head down and just throw her shoulder and knee over a little bit and just be more sluggish. I want to make her sounder up front to switch that particular pair. Red heifer goes with a lot of authority, and she's pushed this young lady around a little bit, and this young lady's done a good job of sticking with her. I like the extra bend she's got. I like just how genuine this one is in her rib and muscle, and still attractive, just unattractive from her hock down. Didn't give us a whole lot of shot because she was pushing us around, but that is a little more bend to her hock down than is ideal in my opinion. So I think it's functional, just not as attractive, but more genuine, I think, in shape and just condition compared to the cattle behind her. Young man's got a good one. This one blends in nice, just a little plainer everywhere and gets outmassed in terms of center body. We get a bigger, stouter, high-volume heifer that struggles in terms of her movement off both ends. And then young man wraps us up with a real fresh condition, feminine, nice, balanced level top-line heifer that just gets outmassed within this particular set. Fun class to sort, really good top three. Congratulations to your winner.
Our results from Class 12 in the Heifer Division. First place, entry 130, MCS Ozzy 323, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.65. That'll also be a first place bred known animal. Second place, entry number 132, GMC Coco 7L, exhibited by Kylie Nicole Shelton of Leroy, Illinois, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.86. That'll be a second place bred known animal. Third place, entry number 137, Mav Trixie 367L, exhibited by Addison Conley and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.84. Fourth place, entry number 134, exhibited by Taylor Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 136, exhibited by Quentin Harper and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 133, exhibited by Ellie and Maylee Porch of Lewisburg, Tennessee. And finishing up our class today, entry number 224, exhibited by Myron Henry of Ragley, Louisiana. This will also be our second call for Class 16 Simmentals and Class 15 Herefords. Second call for Class 16 Simmentals and Class 15 Herefords. Also, Class 17 Simmentals, please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Our results from Class 13 Simmental. First place, entry number 145, Roxas Look at Me, exhibited by Ellie Darch of Pontiac, Illinois, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.81. Second place, entry number 151, WFSC Willow 10L, exhibited by Riley Moon, Comer, Georgia, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.46. In third place, entry number 142, CRP Miss Loretta L311, exhibited by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.57. Fourth place, entry number 154, exhibited by Lila Melton of Modoc, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 153, Delaney Trubach. Sixth place, entry number 143, Audrey Schnell of Bristow, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 148, Austin Petlu from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Eighth place, entry number 144, Annabelle Rapp of Poxis, PA. Ninth place, rounding up our class, entry number 147, exhibited by Owen Smith from Versailles, Indiana. This is the third and final call for exhibitors in Class 16 Simmental. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. This will also serve as the second call for Class 17 Simmentals. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Third and final call for Class 16 Simmentals. This will be our third and final call for Class 15 Herefords. You should be in the makeup area at this time. Class 15 Herefords, you should be in the makeup area.
Well, an interesting class back on our Hereford side here. One with, I think, a lot of give and take, but not much give and take here in the top spot. I think a beautiful colored heifer here that wins rather handily in my mind. I like her from a balance standpoint quite well. Beautiful in terms of her underline. Good in terms of her top line. You step in behind her. Love this heifer from hooks to pins, and all that kind of translates down from there. One that's very, very athletic in the way she handles her hock and her rear pastern. Got a lot of added cushion. Sits down on a quality rear foot as well. Change her just slightly there on the front end of her structure. She's just got a little bit of shoulder. I think some of it matches the power she has from behind. Heifer stands just a touch wide at times out here, and you might refine her in that regard, but that doesn't come close to getting her beat in this group. That's a heifer I like quite well. Heifer in second on the standstill matches our class winner in terms of style and eye appeal. Like her extension, I like her balance and her symmetry. Heifer that I think, again, really good from hooks to pins. So when you set her in motion, you need to change her. She on the standstill, her angles look pretty close, but when we set her in motion, one that kind of struggles to get to her step, kind of jams them in out here. But one that I think, as you compare the two cattle in 2 and 3, has an advantage just in terms of her balance and her outline. Heifer in third, I like her in terms of her length, a lot of performance, center body and rib in this female. For me, she ties a bit low and kind of runs downhill. Got a little excess chest out there, and the longer they're out here, this one's probably just not comfortable enough for me in the way she stands there off of her front two, kind of wants to twist her front feet out. one that's maybe just not quite as comfortable in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. A heifer here that comes next, one that is perhaps a bit looser made. I think she's got a bit of an advantage in that regard. For me, one that just doesn't balance up quite as well. Her chest floor is kind of the deepest part of her underline, not as impressive as you study her from hooks to pins. Give that one a few more bells and whistles, and I think her structure allows her to upgrade her a spot or two. But out here today, one that's a little more common in terms of her build. Interesting heifer that comes next, tremendously long-sided, and I like that about her. With all that added length, maybe one that doesn't balance up quite as well underneath, maybe not quite as deep, if you will. And then it's in particular, you watch her go off of her rear too. She's just not as comfortable. She kind of wants to roll those pin bones down, hook her hind leg up underneath her, and not settle quite as nice and attractive in terms of her rear pastern. The heifer that comes next is just a solid built kind of a female. What you see is what you get. Heifer that's smooth shouldered, deep sided. For me, just a little plainer as you study her through her front third. Like to maybe refine her a touch in terms of her condition. Got a little excess pone fat there around her tail head. Lean that one up and just give her a little neater look, and we could upgrade her. Heifer here next probably has some wilder pieces to her. Great big boned, high performing, long sided kind of a female that comes in a few more pieces and doesn't hook up quite as nicely right in behind her shoulder. Her top kind of goes all over the place when we set her in motion. She roaches in the center and breaks at her loin. If we could change that about her, I think it'd be to her benefit. A solid heifer here that comes next, one that I like in terms of her condition, a heifer that's long-spined. To me, she just needs a little bit more power from end to end. Heifer that concludes certainly has it in spades. A tremendously powerful heifer that's got a big set of feet and legs underneath her. For me, there's just way too much of her as you study the front third of her skeleton. A little more masculine in her shape to her speckled face, a little coarser in her shoulder. If we could refine that one, I think you could upgrade her as well. But a good class and a very good way to start out.
Class 13 results for your Hereford Heifers. First place, entry number 147, Dump Pumpkin 307L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.77, exhibited by Cara and Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 152, RF 8036 Vienna 14L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.33. That'll be a first place bred and owned animal, exhibited by Emma, Daniel, and Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. Third place, entry number 153, Purple Paisley 88L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.5, exhibited by Kylie Gillespie of Tulane, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 144, exhibited by Lauren Wigler of Christian, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 151, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. Sixth place, entry number 146, exhibited by Rylan Hines, Magnolia, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 148, exhibited by Salem and Sedona Silford of Goldvin, Virginia. Eighth place, entry number 143, exhibited by Jacob Fiskus of Ogden, Illinois. And rounding out our class, Class 13, Entry number 140, exhibited by Colby Prophet of Gray, Tennessee. Simmental, Class 17. This is your final call to be in the makeup area. Class 17 Simmentals. We'll do a first call for Class 16 Herefords. Please be in the makeup area at this time as well.
Fun division out here. Not as many classes as we've seen in some, as you might expect, but two heifers in contention that I like a great deal. A young ladies heifer here out of our first class, one that's just tremendously balanced. I love this heifer from the side profile when we get her stopped. One that's really good in terms of her underline. A heifer that's big hipped. She's got an attractive back leg when we set her in motion. She's not the wildest throated one or chested one that we've seen all day today. I believe we said in class, maybe one that's not just perfect in the way she hooks up at her hip-loin junction, but it's very, very close, and a heifer that I like a great deal in terms of her freshness and her outline and just her overall femininity. The heifer here out of our second class, I think one that maybe brings even a little bit more to the table from a power standpoint. Love the back shape, love the hip and the rear quarter in this female with her power, one that's still extremely athletic as you study her there off of her rear too. A heifer that's tighter throated and perhaps just a little bit neater in her look in that regard. But a heifer that we commented on a minute ago perhaps stands just a bit wider there out of her front end, and I think that some of that a result of her power, but we'd rein her in just a touch in terms of her shoulders, and to me that's kind of the talking points between them. I haven't 100% made up my mind. I'm going to put the mic down and give them one more look. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. It's been a really good division.
I feel like I've said it repetitively every class, fun class of sort, fun class of sort. It's been the case. These classes are obviously fun to sort, challenging, and it's getting more challenging as we go. I really like the top 3-4 heifers out here, and I really like this top pair, and it's this view where they work themselves into the top. These two are the most comfortable within the class, in my opinion, just in terms of flexibility. Where the Baldy sets herself apart is she is absolutely impeccably fresh in her condition today. That one gets and goes and glides around the ring with a soft set of feet and legs. Again, holds her top line level, yet is loose and flexible, high volumed, and her ability to blend herself from nose to tail as smooth as she does is impeccable, and that's the real final push, in my opinion, is she is so tucked up in her chest floor while she does it, so right and ideal in her condition, in my opinion, that sets her over the edge. Black heifer is awfully, awfully good, and honestly just kept working her way up the class because obviously she's very fresh and very attractive in terms of her hair and look, but again, she goes about the ring with so much flexibility and comfort throughout her spine and skeleton. It's impressive. She stops and plants with a view of symmetry. As we allude to, she certainly has more condition through her chest floor and carries more condition everywhere, in my opinion, and that's why she's second. But my goodness, that is a good built kind of cow prospect that I think is impeccable in terms of her ability to work her skeleton about the ring flexibly, stop and plant with a high quality look, just carrying a little more chest there. Star-headed heifer hit me very hard when she hit the ring because that is one dialed-in heifer today in terms of presentation and hair. That's one that hooks herself together, again, from nose to tail. Very, very good. That one is very fresh in her condition, very tucked up in her chest floor. She's just not as genuine in terms of her skeleton, in my opinion. That's another one of those heifers that's really dialed in, but she's just a little shorter, just a little more compact, and you see it in motion, especially the faster she goes, the tighter on either end, the more up and down on either end she wants to go in relation to that top trio that's very competitive. That's why she falls third. Man, that thing is dialed in and is a very, very impressive show animal. Black heifer here in 4 is just at a hair deficit as much as any, right? Just not as good haired. What you see is what you get, but she's in the top 4 because she's a very good one. She's up-headed. She's very attractive. She's very sleek into her shoulder. She transitions for having no body hair, basically. She transitions her top skeleton probably as good as any. I think she's comfortable and flexible, but I find more issue in her front end. She wants to throw her head down just a little bit, roll just a little bit as she goes, and obviously, again, not quite as big haired, not quite as big pinned, so that doesn't help her, but it's the same, and the same token, that's a very good animal to put herself together the way she does with a hair disadvantage. Young lady's got a good one here as we continue down the class, another sound structured one just in terms of flexibility down low that's deep and soft and rugged in her build. Another one that I'd lean up in terms of her condition, and she is very good in terms of her skeleton down low. She wants to get up in the center of her back as she goes. Interesting animal comes in next. This kind of strip-faced one is very, very big. And I'll be honest with you, I'd probably tone her down just a little bit. I also said good comes in different shapes and sizes, and so as big as she is in terms of upward frame, she really matches it when you get in behind her and see her lower rib shape, see how stout she is about her pins, and see how wild she can look up front. She is so big, and she about hits the ceiling here in terms of where she wants to hold her head and neck. So an intriguing, high-quality animal. To me, I would tone her down just a little bit, and she does want to kind of prance out of her front end. I'd make her lay her back a little bit there and just fix her front end just a bit. High-quality animal, though. Intriguing breeding pieces. Also intriguing breeding pieces on the other end of the spectrum is the red heifer. Really flexible down low, real moderate, real genuine in terms of rib and muscle, and then can stop and plant with a high-quality look like that that's very intriguing, very well shown, very well presented. Out here in this scenario, I probably would give her just another half frame size. And the biggest thing for me is just body. I just want to see her more robust in terms of her body shape. But if you want to work her up a notch or two here, just in terms of genuine build and shape, I'm not going to argue with you. Black heifer coming in next just gets out-powered, not as neat in terms of her look, but just needs more shape of rib and muscle to get any higher, in my opinion. Just a little plainer there. Young man of the remaining 2's got a real genuine structured one that's good body, just not quite as flashy as some cattle ahead of him. Hurt me a little bit here to put this young man this far down. Obviously, it's a competitive show. That's a very good heifer. This young man does a very good job presenting her and obviously very dialed in. I just got to change her structurally the most within this set to get any higher, but I commend him for having that one right today for the show. Congratulations on a very competitive class.
Results on your Hereford side. Division 4 champion intermediate yearling female. Champion entry number 130, MCS Aussie 323 with an average weight per day of gain of 2.65. Exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. She will also be your bred and known champion for that. Your reserve champion, entry number 132, GMC Coco 7L. With an average weight per day of gain of 2.86, exhibited by Kylie Nicole Shelton of Leroy, Illinois. Results from Class 14 Simmentals. First place, entry number 164, J. Slew American Pride, 3195L, exhibited by Levi Buchanan from Wichahatchee, Texas. Second place, entry number 162, J. Slew Rosie, 3438L, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey, Monroe, Illinois, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.55. Third place, entry number 161, TJSC Knockout, 302L, exhibited by Piper Shepard of Napoleon, Ohio, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.44. Fourth place, entry number 155, exhibited by Luke Daldridge of Bardstown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 158, Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 159, Miley Merritt of Carthage, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 165, Sheridan Souls of Sperry, Oklahoma. Eighth place, entry number 160, Addison Ownby of Cleveland, Tennessee. Ninth place, entry number 157, Eli Cosen of Bellbrook, Ohio. And rounding out our class, entry number 156, exhibited by Evan Jackson from Holiday, Tennessee. Class 17, you should be in the makeup area at this time. Class 17 Simmentals, you should be in the makeup area at this time. Exhibitors, this is the second call for Class 16 Herefords. Second call for Class 16 Herefords. Hereford entry number 170. You should be in the makeup area immediately. Hereford entry number 170. Simmental exhibitors, division champion and reserve champions, and bred known champions, you should be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Simmental exhibitors, division champion, reserve champions, and bred known champions, please make your way to the makeup area at this time.
Another fun class back here on our Hereford side. I think a really high quality top pair. Young lady's got a really nice standout here to go ahead and win. And I think one, when she gets her all gathered up, that gives us a really cool look from the side profile. One that's got a fresh head and neck shape to her, a big bodied female that's strong in her top line and stout as you step in behind them. A heifer that gets around the ring with ease. For me, if I was going to change her just slightly with all the power that she does have, maybe has just a touch of shoulder as you study the front third of her skeleton. But it matches her. She carries it well. One that I like a great deal from a side profile. Heifer in second, one that's really impressive from a body depth and density standpoint. Love this one's rib cage. Love her sweep to her underline. A female to me that really does paint you a nice picture from a cow standpoint from the side profile. For me, just maybe has a little bit of excess chest out here today. And in particular, you study the posture to this one's hock. She's just a little bit more up and down. I'd like to give her just a little bit more comfort and drive in that regard. Maybe refine her just ever so slightly in the shape to her teats. But a heifer that sure is impressive from a body density standpoint. Heifer here that comes next, I think one that matches our class winners in terms of her outline, in terms of her rib cage and her power. For me, we need to pick her head and neck up a little taller out of the top side of her shoulder. In particular, I'd like to settle her and relax her just a touch in the way she meets the surface there off of her rear too, just a little more restricted in her pastern, if you will. Interesting heifer here that comes next, one I like an awful lot in terms of her outline, in terms of her freshness. She's long necked, long spined, big boned and footed kind of a heifer as well. For me, you step in behind her, she's just a little bit more disappointing in terms of her forerib shape, in terms of her power there at her rear quarter, and one that, as we set her in motion, just struggles to get to her step at times out here. Next heifer's kind of the opposite side of the coin, a little more moderate, a little more conventional in terms of her build. Heifer that you like an awful lot in terms of her body depth, in terms of her rib shape. For me, we just need a little more length of front and just a little trimmer neck and clean her up just a touch in terms of her head shape. The heifer that comes next, just a really punchy, stout-made kind of a female in terms of her foot and her bone work. Heifer that's strong in terms of her top line. With all the heaviness of structure she has, maybe not quite as impressive in the lower portions of her rear quarter. When you step off to the side of the cattle, you'd like to redesign her just a touch in terms of her underline. Moderate framed heifer here comes next. It's got a big center cage in her, easy keeping kind of a female that needs a little bit more foot and bone and heaviness of structure. We conclude the class with a useful kind of a heifer that probably corrects the one right in front of her in terms of her bone work. She needs to be taller fronted and just a little bit cooler there in the center portions of her neck and her chest floor. But a good class, a really nice pair on the top end.
Simmental entry 191. Please be making your way to the scale area at this time. This is your final call. Entry number 191, Simmental. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Your results for Class 14 Herefords. First place, entry number 155, Hawk R.C. Macy 307, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.42, exhibited by Blaley, Hadley, and Wyatt Dunkaloo from Wayne, Nebraska. Second place, entry number 157, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.63, CFCC HPH Affinity 2126L, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Third place, entry number 156, Purple HB Vienney 81L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.52, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carneville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 160, exhibited by Studer Clark, Grenada, Virginia. Fifth place, entry number 161, exhibited by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry number 168, exhibited by Mason Piper Collins of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry number 154, exhibited by Ryan Allen Quincy from Illinois. And eighth place, rounding up our class, entry number 159, exhibited by Marley Brodell from Wisconsin. Class 17 Herefords, this is your first call. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Class 17 Herefords.
Another nice class back here on our Hereford side. And, you know, if I'm honest, I think our top pair, both of them probably pushing the limits in terms of condition for me just a touch. So you kind of put that aside and just study what's out there in front of you. And there's a lot to like about the young lady's heifer. This one is just massive in terms of her bone and her feet. And with that, still gets out and goes really, really well off of both ends of her skeleton. Like her balance. I like her depth. A heifer that's got the right length of spine, the right length of hip. She's not the wildest necked one we've seen all day today or the freshest headed, but when the young lady tugs on the wire and gets her head pulled up, she still has the ability to pick her head and neck up tall out of the top side of that shoulder and gives us a pretty good look here from this side. We just rein her in a touch in terms of her condition. That probably improves her throat and her chest floor and improves her as you step in behind them and study them at their pones. But that's a good heifer and a pretty nice way to start out in my mind. A little bit of the decision for me was if you like the look that this one in second gives you, from her front 1/3, it probably becomes a touch closer because this heifer is her high-headed, she's tight-throated, she's just a bit fresher as you study her in that regard in the upper portions of her neck. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that she's wildly different in her chest floor or her pones, but she does give you just a little neater look from there up, balanced up in terms of her body. She's loose made and goes really well there off of her rear too. She just comes in a smaller package, just a little bit shorter coupled, a little bit smaller framed. Like to see a little bit more of a good thing in that regard. Heifer in third actually probably corrects her in some ways in that regard. One that's longer sided, she's bigger framed. I like that about her. One that's strong in her top. For me, we just need to balance her up a bit better. Her chest floor is kind of the deepest part there of her underline. Like to give her a little bit more look in that regard. And then it's right when you get in behind her shoulders, one that doesn't hook up quite as neatly for me. I wish she blended just a touch better, but I do appreciate her length and her performance. Heifer here coming around next, I think one that's perhaps a bit plainer as you study her in her throat and her chest floor, a little more advanced in that regard. But from there back, one that's still useful in terms of her density and her body. A heifer that you might relax and change just a touch in the way she goes to the surface off of her rear too. That one's got some neat pieces to go ahead and breed on. Here in our bottom pair, I thought there was just a little bit more length. A young man's heifer, a heifer that is a little frailer in terms of her structure, a little bit farther along in terms of her condition, but I like her length, I like her rib, a heifer that's still got some product working down her top. And we conclude the class with a heifer that is a bit fresher. She is a little bit better in terms of her foot size and her bone. For me, though, maybe one that doesn't get out and go quite as nicely off of her rear, too. A little more up and down on the angle to her knee and her front end structure. Change her in that regard, and it becomes a bit closer on the bottom side of this class. But my compliments to each of these exhibitors. A nice class to work through.
Second call, Class 17 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Results from Class 15 Herefords, entry number 171, TR 1816, Fay 41L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.68, exhibited by Presley McQueen, Russellville, Ohio. Second place, entry number 165, Bar C, D87, Lady 351, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.21, exhibited by Elizabeth Dice, Smithfield, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 164, VH MMM 8426, Lottie 35L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.48, exhibited by Lily Miles, Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 167, exhibited by Shelby and Bailey Pearl of DeQuinn, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 162, exhibited by Nathan Miller, Sandusky, Ohio. And finishing up our class, entry number 163, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis, Linville, Tennessee. This will be the third and final call for Class 17 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area. Third and final call for Class 17. Also, this will be the first call for Class 18 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time.
Well, you talk about having to eat the elephant one bite at a time. If you don't really jump in and dive in and try to take it one at a time within this class, you don't even know where to start. I think it's that deep. Like, say, for instance, just to pick out one random one, I really like that red baldy standing there quite a bit. And so it's fun. It makes it fun, and this is what makes, in my opinion, a class like this is what makes Louisville. Certainly, I'm sure across breeds, but specifically within the Simmental breed, because the water's deep and it's fun. I'll keep it simple. I don't know what else is coming, and I don't know how she's going to stack up against our other division winners. To be honest with you, I do think this class winner is an absolutely incredible animal, and had to fight through some really incredible ones to land on top. Just an absolute creature in her width. Her skeletal correctness, the authority she goes with, and her ability to blend it together is impeccable. Arguably my favorite is the black one standing here in second on the stand. That one is so good in how she collects herself and just oozes maternal quality, in my opinion. Her head and face, her freshness about her front end, the maternal sweep she's got to her undercarriage, the way she balances all that together on the profile, arguably my favorite. Of the top three, I'd probably call her third in terms of movement. And I think she's very sound, but she sets down on the surface with less authority than the other two. She's just not quite as aggressive in how she goes, and just not as comfortable with as much authority as the other two around her. And that's why she lands in second. My favorite standing there, just want her to hit the ground with a little more get and go. Streak face heifer is awfully intriguing. This young man does as good as any we've seen in terms of getting one presented. She fights him. She tried to lay down, and he stays after it, continues to work his way up. Probably my favorite view of this heifer is in motion. I think she goes with a lot of authority, and she's sound and flexible. From there up, she's fresh and good-bodied and really dialed in terms of presentation. To me, she comes in a few more pieces in an elite trio on the stand, because she gets off in her forerib just a little bit, and her hooks sit in just a little higher than her pins. And so she just doesn't blend herself quite as good as those two ahead of her. Very, very good heifer to be standing third. Talking about good ones, I really like the kind here in four. This one's moderate and compact. She's very flexible in terms of her lower body. She's tremendous in terms of body depth, in terms of ability to blend forerib back to flank. Her top line is dead level, so just a very, very good animal just in terms of the basics of structure and body and quality. She comes with a little more front end. She's not quite as lean about her neck. She's not quite as lean on the top side of her neck, just not quite as wild in terms of stretch and freshness and look up front. That's a very, very good animal just in terms of the basics. This baldy that's coming in next hits me pretty hard in terms of look. I like the extra extension she's got. She's very wild in her ability to hold her front end. She's level, she's deep, she's balanced. So this one hits me pretty hard, specifically because she stays worked up and gives you a real ropey look up front. At some point, she just kind of starts to run out of gas a little bit. Obviously, she gave the lady a hard time trying to get her shown, but there's just not as much volume in overall heifer as a few of the ones ahead of her. But that's a very striking, very high quality one. Black heifer coming in next is higher volume. I love the rugged build, the stoutness and a moderate package of this one. She goes with a lot of flexibility and authority. She just comes with more chest floor, more shoulder, and not quite as neat and attractive as the cattle ahead of her, but you have to appreciate all the volume and just her ability to get and go. I really like this light red heifer. This thing can give you as good a look as any. Another sound structured one that's deep bodied and balanced, and this young lady does a great job of getting her pulled together with her head up, and she is flawless in how she blends her pieces. Same song and dance, just a little flatter and not as much heifer as some cattle ahead of her. She is just a little fuller into her chest floor as well. Baldy coming in next is a little frailer in terms of her base and structure, is why we pulled her out. When she gets and goes, she's not quite as much authority on her rear structure and being a little frailer, but on the stand, high volume, very attractive, nice balanced presented female. Big, stout, rugged one comes in next. High volume, lots of rib and muscle and power. I like that about her. She just falls apart a little bit up front, more mature and unattractive about her head, a little lower in her front end, and I'd like to lay her back in terms of her shoulder and how she operates around it. We picked the red Baldy out just a second ago. That's a very good breeding piece, and this young lady does a good job with her. She's moderate and sound, neat looking. There's a lot of bulls you could take this one to and make a Louisville winner, in my opinion, and that's a good one in her own right. Out here, she just falls off in terms of being a little smaller and not just quite as robust in her center cavity. We've got a black one that's coming in next, and we can probably wrap up the next four all together. Big, stout, burly kind of females that I'd probably lay the condition on them a little differently and make them go in terms of their structure a little differently. Very fun class to sort. Congratulations on a strong set, specifically on top.
Simmental exhibitors, this is the third and final call for division champion, reserve champions, bred and owned. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Also, Simmental results of class 15, first place, entry number 381, J. Slew Rosie, 341 8L, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.51. Second place, entry number 167, Bar Aro Luna, 235L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.63, exhibited by Caden Kamerlich from Leonardsville, Kansas. Third place, entry number 176, 3 Aces, Mingio L233, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.46, exhibited by Case Harker, Hope, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 177, exhibited by Cambria Cook of Close, California. Fifth place, entry number 182, Lillian Unger from Chesapeake, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 168, exhibited by Emma Woodard from Cambridge, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 180, Ryan Vaughn from Lewisburg, West Virginia. Eighth place, entry number 172, exhibited by Paisley Olson of Lowry, Minnesota. Ninth place, entry number 174, exhibited by Case Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. 10th place, entry number 170, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. 11th place, entry number 181, exhibited by Maverick Hope, Pacoda, Indiana. 12th place, entry number 175, exhibited by Lauren Bear, Alba, Iowa. 13th, entry number 187, exhibited by Abby Woodball, Orville, Ohio. And finishing up our class today, entry number 179, exhibited by Cora Stade, Prior Lake, Minnesota.
Back on our Hereford side here, really a nice way to start off in this particular class. And no, this heifer might not be the most of any one thing, but I love the way she totals up out here. One that's incredibly maternal in terms of her look, smooth built, big bodied, incredibly athletic off of both ends of her skeleton, level from hooks to pins, one that just paints you a really nice silhouette. She's maybe not the stoutest one we've seen out here today. I think that's rather obvious. You study her right in behind her blades, and even though she blends well, she's probably not the most pulled apart in terms of her rib shape, not the thickest ended as well, but she's got a feminine muscle package and got more than enough on her for me. Might tuck her chest floor back into her a little more neatly, but that's being pretty critical on one that does a lot of things awfully well. Heifer, the really deep red heifer here in second, corrects our class winner in a few regards. She's probably a little stouter hip, probably a little bigger boned and footed. This heifer is just a little bit burlier from end to end. With all that added substance, she's maybe not quite as ladylike in her presentation through her front 1/3. And then she strikes me as just a touch raw from there back. Maybe not quite as sweeping in terms of her underline, maybe not quite as ideal in the way her chest floor ties back into her underline as you step off the cattle. But I love her power, I love her substance. That dark color will be fun to breed on as well. The heifer that comes next, maybe the boldest sprung heifer we've seen in a while, one that's really deep-sided, tremendously bold in terms of her center cage, thick-ended female. For me, with all the power she brings, she's just a little more masculine than a shape to her shoulder. Probably got just a little bit more condition on her, and I think as we set her in motion, that combination gives her a little bit less look as you study her through her front 1/3. A heifer here that comes next is a little bit more fresh, a little bit leaner, if you will. Perhaps paints us a little bit neater picture through her front 1/3. She comes in a few more pieces out here, and in particular, we set her in motion. She kind of wants to drop those pin bones down, like to change her just a touch in the way she handles her rear too. A heifer here that comes next, one that I think very functional in terms of her build. Maybe as appropriate as any in terms of her condition out here. One that's not quite as neat right in behind her shoulders. And as you study her from her navel back into her udder cavity, maybe not quite as deep and sweeping in that regard. I question her teat size and shape just ever so slightly. The heifer that comes next is very bold, very big body, deep-sided, perhaps a little bit farther along in terms of her condition, and maybe just a touch straighter there as you study her off of her front two. I'd like to relax that one in her knee and lean her up just a touch, but it's a heifer that's got a lot of balance as you study her from the side. The heifer that comes next, a little rougher in terms of her presentation, but I thought she offered us just a little bit more substance, a little bit more muscularity and general width. Maybe like to change her just a touch in the way her head and neck ties out of the top of her shoulder, but a heifer that's got some good about her. Conclude the class with one that's really trim in terms of her condition, one that's level in terms of her top line, needs more body, needs more power and muscle, but one that does have some useful pieces to go ahead and breed on. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors, and a nice way to start off in this class.
This will be your third and final call for Class 18 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 18 Herefords. Also, this will serve as our first call for Class 19 Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area. Class 19, this is your first call.
Impressive set. Obviously, less numbers can get a little more logical in my mind, maybe at times amongst the numbers that we have, but really competitive, specifically in a top pair of heifers that I think are really good and have some trade-offs. Heifer that's going to win is probably just kind of the mold that I've been trying to get after, if you will, in terms of just a real cowy body shape and extra cowy in terms of how she goes about her feet and legs. I love all the reach and flex she's got in her lower skeleton. I love just the extra volume that we gain with this particular heifer, and another one to be that comfortable in her feet and legs and to be that much really long and level out of her spine, out of her hip, and specifically her hip, I think is an advantage over the heifer in second. Heifer in second is absolutely dialed in and high quality in terms of her look. She's up-headed. I think she's comfortable in her lower joints. I think she's really deep and soft in her center body, just not as round and robust as that heifer that beats her, and as we allude to, just a little more compact, specifically out as she goes off her loin and into her hip, a little shorter and rounder how she works it compared to our class winner, but a high quality one there in second. Young man just naturally falls into third. That one to me is very comfortable on her feet and legs. She's deep-sided, she's balanced, she's level. She makes a heck of a cow prospect. She might be just a little plainer, obviously, than the two front of her. The biggest thing for me, she's just a little plainer and flatter about her rib and muscle when you step in behind the cattle. We get a lot more shape of rib in this next female. I like how round and she is in the center cavity. I like that she's really sharp and feminine about her front end. She just gets a little rounder everywhere. She gets a little off in terms of her forerib, a little rounder out of her hip when we stop the cattle. Sock-footed heifer that's going to round us out is definitely leveler and longer out of her hip. She's very up-headed, balanced, deep-sided. I just make her a little more genuine in terms of overall shape to work her up any higher in the class.
Results from Class 16 Herefords. First place, entry number 147, GS Rosemary L17, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.39, exhibited by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas. Second place, entry number 187, Purple Gigi 32L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.37, exhibited by Studer Clark of Grenada, Virginia. Third place, entry number 175, LP Lana L319, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.43, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt, Branchville, New Jersey. Fourth place, entry number 172, exhibited by Jordan Mitchum, Vail, North Carolina. Fifth place, entry number 186, exhibited by Morgan Riley, College Grove, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 180, exhibited by Rhett Day, Telford, Tennessee. Seventh place, entry number 182, exhibited by K.D. Simmons, Lewisburg, Ohio. And finishing up our Class 16, entry number 183, exhibited by Jacob Simmons, Lewisburg, Ohio. Wrapping up our Class 16 Simmentals, first place, entry number 184, BCR Time to Shine L041, exhibited by Reen Haynes from Greenville, Ohio, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.62. Second place, entry number 185, Savage Angel 311L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.30, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Third place, entry number 188, BFSC Lovely 2L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.17, exhibited by Garrett Bill of Bloomberg, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 183, exhibited by Kyra Moore, Fountain Run, Kentucky. And finishing up our class, entry number 189, exhibited by Caitlin Cowdery of Russellville, Ohio. Our Division 5 champion should be in the ring at this time.
Another really fun division to sort through back here in our Hereford show. And you know, these bred Hereford heifers are always something to behold, and they really came out in this particular group. And it started here out of our first class with one that's really, really dialed in and super fresh. I love the look this heifer gives you through her front third. Big-bodied heifer, one that gets out and goes off of both ends of her skeleton. Talked in class, maybe not just perfect in the way her shoulder ties back into her forerib, but it sure is close. And there's a lot of things I love about that heifer from a balance of freshness and just an overall show heifer look standpoint. Different kind comes here out of our second class. Massive heifer that's great big body, great big bone, and loose in terms of her structure. She doesn't have the bells and whistles in terms of look and freshness, particularly through the front 1/3 of her skeleton and her body, but there's a lot of good in that female. That one's got donor cow pieces about her. Be a really fun one to go ahead and breed on. And then yet another type and kind, I'll admit, comes out of our third class. I think one that you have to appreciate a great deal in terms of her structure, in terms of her maternal character. A deep-sided female that's tremendously loose built from end to end. Talked a minute ago. She's not the stoutest one we've seen today, just particularly right in behind her shoulders, step in behind and study her from a quarter and a twist standpoint. And she's not just ultra pulled apart, but a heifer I think that has so many good characteristics about her from a maternal femininity standpoint. So with that, I'll set the mic down. I'll show you the one I like and pull another one in for contention. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause on a really high quality division. I will pick the mic up again and talk this second. I think she's certainly in contention and bears some discussion. A heifer that you have to appreciate a great deal in terms of her body and just the stoutness that she has in terms of her rib cage. Love her sweep there to her underline. She's a mobile heifer, a heifer that's loose made. And we talked in class, change her just a bit in terms of her teat design. Change her just a little bit in terms of the posture to her hock, and from a comparative sense, you might do that. But a heifer that's still very sound in her structure and brings a level of power out here that I like a great deal. I'll give them one more look. I'll show you our reserve. Let's congratulate these exhibitors once again.
results from your Hereford Champion Spring Yearling Female be entry number 155, exhibit Miss Hawk R.C. Macy 307 with an average weight per day of gain of 2.42, exhibited by Blaine Hadley and Wyatt Dunkaloo from Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve champion, entry number 157, CFCC HPH Finity 2126L with an average weight per day of gain of 2.63, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California.
Incredible division. Obviously, we had a lot of numbers out here. Each class was intriguing, was interesting, was fun to sort, was difficult, and you could do different things in my opinion, in a lot of these scenarios. And so, again, as I referenced in a particular difficult class, that's what makes Louisville, right? And so it's been very fun to work through this particular division and give you my opinion. As I started this morning off with, that's all I'm giving you as my opinion today. It could be different if we re-racked them here in a couple days and take it for what it's worth. It's probably not worth a whole lot. And so, but my opinion is that these cattle are incredible. These kids have been awesome, and at the end of the day, that's what it's about. And they're doing an elite job of getting them presented, and it's not lost on me, the team and structure and all the people behind the scenes it takes to get to this point. So you should be very proud of yourself if you're behind these cattle. Starts off with a black baldy heifer that's extremely genuine, in my opinion. That's why she won that particular class. She's so fresh and genuine with the shape she comes out of her spine with. She's so genuine and bold into her center body. For a heifer that is that attractive on the profile, is really genuine in terms of her muscle shape, which I think is important in these cattle today. And so just one that really blends herself impeccably well and is super fresh and is elite in how she holds her front end. As we talked about in class, she's a little fuller to her chest floor than maybe ideal compared to some cattle behind her. They're a little more mature. She's maybe not just as bold and soft and soggy more than anything as some cattle behind her, but a very, very high quality one that's very fresh and very attractive in how she holds herself. Intriguing one out of our next class, we talked about just this one's size and overall length and performance, yet ability to go with a lot of structural integrity was elite, and that holds true out here. That's a very fresh, I'd almost call skinny heifer, which is impressive that she is that flat about her neck, that flat about her shoulder, but yet has the kind of length, the kind of performance, the kind of elevation that she's got is very impressive. And again, the level of comfortability she works that skeleton with is impressive. Because of her length that she has, she's maybe not just as bulletproof in how she blends specifically from her upper forerib back into her center body, maybe isn't quite as dialed in, but again, one that I think is awfully impressive just in terms of the size, the length, the skeletal quality, and the freshness she brings forth today. I absolutely love the kind of the heifer out of the center, and we talked about her very similar to the two in front of her, just in terms of freshness within that particular class. It's impressive how lean she is about her neck, how flat she is about her shoulder, the no chest floor that one has, her ability to open up appropriately into her forerib and center body with the kind of shape that she has. And that's another one of these heifers that I think is incredible in her ability to work her skeleton, go with a lot of authority in her lower skeleton, remain comfortable and balanced about her spine. Just a very, very impressive animal, and just how lean, maternal, high quality, and structurally sound she is. She gives up some size to some cattle around her. She's not as stout when you get in behind her as the two that stand directly behind her, but that is a very, very impressive animal, a high-quality one that's presented impeccably, that's impeccably fresh today, and that is the right kind in my opinion. I obviously got very excited about this heifer out of the next class, and I think it holds true out here, and I felt like the class lended us to have the ability to get excited about her a little prematurely. They're not made like that every day, and it's not easy to make them like that. That one is very showy, yet still cowy and maternal in my opinion. That's another one that goes with a lot of authority. She's impressive how big pinned she is, And again, just her ability to blend it all together is awesome. Just an absolutely high-quality animal. We got excited, and then this black one walked in, and we might have been just a hair premature because this one's very good, in my opinion, in a different direction. And it starts when you get in behind her. That is a lot of cow. Gigantic bellied, gigantic pinned and hipped. There's a lot of volume in that one. And so, again, for that one to be that robust in her center cavity, to be that stout and powerful, to go with the level of flexibility she goes with. And we talked about just from nose to tail, her length, her ability to blend her spine, how ideal she is out of her hip and her tail head set is very, very impressive. So that one maybe impresses me as much as any because she is the most of the most, and she's fighting pretty hard to still blend it together just as good of about anybody. With her added volume, she maybe comes with just a little more chest. At times she wants to stop just a little wide up front, but we're splitting hairs to talk about some elite Simmentals here, and that one is impressive for all the volume that she has and the way she collects it. So very fun set. I'll go show you the two that are my favorites, and we'll have to do a little thinking here for sure yet. My hat's off to you guys, you kids, you people behind the cattle. Please, as we have with each division, give them a round of applause for their hard work.
Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. We'll take a brief picture break and then roll right into the Shorthorn Plus show, approximately 12:45. Also, your champion bred known Hereford, entry number 186, exhibited by Morgan Riley of College Grove, Tennessee.
Well, back in our Hereford show here, really a nice way to start out in this particular class. Young lady brings us a tremendously complete one, very maternal in terms of her build, a heifer that's smooth-shouldered, big-bodied. Love this one's underline. Love that sweep and drop that she's bringing to the table at this point in her life. Heifer that's loose-made and athletic off of her rear, too. One that's designed very, very nice from hooks to pins. They're not the wildest looking one, the tallest fronted one that we've seen out here today. You might tuck her chest back into her body just ever so slightly from a cosmetic standpoint, but I doubt very much if that hurts her as a cow, and I think that one's got a lot of cool pieces to go ahead and breed on. Heifer in seconds, very highly presented. Getting every ounce out of this one, young man, showing her great. Big body, dense, bold made kind of a female. One that's got some power as you study her down her back. I'd like to stretch her out. She just reads a rib shorter to me, maybe not quite as ideal in the way she hooks up right in behind her shoulders when he doesn't get the stick down on her back. Maybe one that's just a little bit less than ideal in terms of the way she transitions from hooks to pins. The heifer here in third is tremendously fresh, long-sided, a heifer that gives you a neat look up front. With being a little bit fresher, probably one that doesn't give us that overwhelming body depth. Study her back into her udder cavity, and you'd question just a touch what her udder is going to shake down like when she gets into production, but one that's got some neat pieces. Really good job of getting that one shown and presented out here. A good kind of cattle here comes next, one that's moderate framed, big-bodied, really round in terms of her rib cage. She is just a little bit frailer in terms of her structure, just not as impressive from a muscularity or a hip standpoint as you step in behind them, but I like that one's kind. I think very, very useful cattle. The one here that concludes, if you want a little more mass and density, she's got it. Tremendously stout, bold, big bone. She just needs to go a little bit better for me. And then with all that power, one that comes a little bit rounder in terms of her shoulder shape, maybe not quite as elegant in terms of her front 1/3, but a nice class, a very, very good one to go ahead and start out.
Class 1 Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, this is your first call. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Class 1 Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Results from Class 17 Herefords. First place, entry number 194, Spin High Spin 102L with an average weight per day of gain of 2.32, exhibited by Morgan Richardson, Capron, Illinois. Second place, entry number 192, GP Miss Dana 3128 with an average weight per day of gain of 2.31, exhibited by Gates Brewster, Richmond, Missouri. Third place, entry number 191, Hawk Harley 11L with an average weight per day of gain of 2.46, exhibited by Ella Callett of Only, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 197, exhibited by Stetson and Blakely Story, Stockton, Illinois. And finishing up our class, entry number 190, exhibited by Addison Ginter of Connorsville, Indiana. This is the final call, Class 19, Herefords. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Third and final call, Class 19, Herefords. This is the second call, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Second call, Class 1 Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Your Simmental champion, Division 5 champion, entry number 381, J. Slew Rosie, 3418L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.51, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Reserve champion, Division 5, entry number 184, BCR Time to Shine L041, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.62, exhibited by Reen Haynes, Greenville, Ohio. And your bred known champion, entry number 185, Savage Angel 311L, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.3, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Entry number 214, Hereford. Please be making your way to the scales at this time. Entry number 214. Charlet exhibitors, the Charlet show will start at 1:15. Please be making your way to the makeup area. Charlet show will begin at 1:15. Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, Class 1, this is your third and final call to be making your way to the makeup area at this time.
Well, we've got what I believe is our two division winners within our big 2-year-old fall division, and certainly our champion up front here is not going to make her final decision any easier here in just a second. Very, very impressive. Probably the most impressive thing is how fresh she is as a 2-year-old. Very tight about her front end, very flat-shouldered, very tucked up, gigantic in terms of volume in a moderate package. Seems to be still holding it very well in terms of flexibility. So we'll dig into her a little more in just a second. High-end heifer there to add to our champion lineup here in just a minute. Our reserve is certainly deserving. Young man's doing a good job. I like the moderation in this one, the genuine shape of rib and muscle that one's gotten. She can stop and plant and give us a sharp look. Just not as much, not as out there in terms of her pieces as our champion. Again, very deserving of reserve. Congratulations on another good division.
Results from Class 17, Simmental. First place, entry number 191, J. Slew Rosie, 2637K, with an average weight per day of gain of 2.33. She will also be your Division 5 champion. Second place, and your Division 5 reserve champion, entry number 190, 3 aces, Magoni, K99-2, with an average weight per day per gain of 2.21, exhibited by Mason Harris, Jonesboro, Tennessee. All champion, reserve champion, and bred-known champion females on the Heifer division, please be in the makeup area or making your way to the makeup area at this time.
A very nice pair of heifers here on top of this class back in our Hereford show. A young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win. I think does so just simply being a bit fresher out here today. I like this heifer. She's got an advantage in terms of overall body length. Both of these heifers are big bodied. Both of them are very sound. And so to me, it's the little things that sort them in freshness, length of body, and the power that one brings to the table kind of shakes her up here into the top spot. Like a lot of things about the heifer in second, like I already said, both of these very loose made, like this one's body and symmetry and underline. You get in there and study underneath the presentation, she might have just a little bit of an advantage in the shape there to her teats at this point of her life. Heifer, you study her underneath the presentation though, she's working a little more fat there and around her tailhead, depositing a little bit more down into her chest floor. I like to stretch that one out just a touch from end to end in a comparative sense, but a very high quality heifer nonetheless. Chest is kind of what sorts this one in third into this position because that aside, she reads to be in pretty good rig, a heifer that has enough depth. She's loose made, and from her chest up really has a nice look. Fresh headed, she's tight throated, one that's still smooth enough. I just like to redesign her in terms of her underline. Her chest sits kind of forward and down. It's the lowest part of her belly wall there. That's a pet peeve of mine. It's something I'd like to change about that particular calf. One that comes next, I think there's a lot of good things to say about as well. A long spine female, one that gets around the ring relatively well. I like to change her just a touch in terms of her look and balance there at her chest floor. Maybe not as tuned up and stout as you step in right behind the cattle, particularly as you study her from hooks to pins. Just like to bolden that one up just ever so slightly. The one that comes next is stouter in that regard. She's bigger back, she's thicker ended, heifer that's big bodied and loose made. With her power comes a little bit extra shape, and she bridges on just a touch round for me. She wants to throw her pin bones down when we set her in motion, perhaps just a little bit more masculine there about her front 1/3 in terms of her shoulder and her head and her neck. Heifer that comes next, very high performing, long-sided, big bodied. One though, to me, getting a little more excessive in terms of her fat deposition around her tail head, which is a little bit confusing because that heifer maybe doesn't read quite that chubby through the rest of her body. Wonder how much of her body mass and stoutness is due to where she's at condition-wise. The heifer that comes next is extremely powerful. Because of it, she gets up in the center of her back and struggles just a touch in the way she moves. The next heifer is one that's probably a little bit smoother built, but a little bit more tentative in the way she goes to the ground there off of her rear too, a bit straighter there in her front end, and just not quite that size of foot and bone in that particular heifer. The one that comes next is easy keeping and just moderate in terms of her frame. Needs a little more look, needs to be just a little bit fancier from hooks to pins. We conclude the class with one that is fresher, but for me just needs more body and more substance. But a nice group of cattle, fun pair there on the top end.
This is the first call for Class 4 Shorthorn Plus females. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. First call, Class 4 Shorthorn Plus females.
Well, not the overwhelming numbers here in just January, February division, but some high-quality heifers. And the one here out of our first class, very maternally built kind of a female that's big-bodied and loose-made, heifer that paints us a nice silhouette out here from a side profile standpoint. You know, you get her back out here and maybe not just flawless in the way she's joined there at her hip-loin junction. Might change her in that regard just ever so slightly, but a nice heifer nonetheless. A heifer here out of a second class, just got done talking to her. I think one that in terms of length and power and structure does a lot of things really, really right out here. I think we just got done talking about it, but I like this one's freshness. She beat a very, very good heifer there in second, standing right behind her, because both of these were sound and maternal and big-bodied. So she brings a lot of nice pieces to the table as well. I'll set the mic down, give them one more look, pick you a champion. We'll pull another one in for contention. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, I mentioned first thing this morning about the cliche honor and a privilege comment, but it truly is, and I think it's pretty neat that a kid that grew up in this association could work his way to the point that has the ability to give it his opinion at an elite show like this. And I felt like it was a long road to get here. I do appreciate NAILE and Louisville and the people behind it that stuck with me here to give me this opportunity. Again, it's not lost on me how much of a privilege this is, and I'm not one for speeches, but I do try to make it very clear in terms of my thought process. And I mentioned to you, I realize that it's just my opinion and it's not worth a whole lot, so take it for that. But it is my honest opinion that I gave you today. I learned a long time ago that judging shows is a pretty thankless job and you're not going to make everybody happy. But again, it's been awesome and fun to have this opportunity to be here, and I haven't taken it lightly. I'm thoroughly impressed with our division champions out here. They're incredible. in terms of their ability to collect themselves, to be structurally sound first. And it's been, again, fun to work through each division. It started with a young calf that I think is going to do a bunch of winning for the next year, because that one, as we talked about within that particular division, puts herself together like a good big one already as a young calf. She blends herself so neatly from her head, neck, and shoulder back into her forerib. Just everything fits perfectly, and that's a high quality one. Maybe a different kind we tied into in our next division in terms of big pieces, big feet, big legs, big outline, big everywhere, and good. I like that one's feature and just the extras that she brings to the table, the stoutness she's got about her, yet how neat she is about her front end. Probably, in my opinion, the second toughest division was our next division, our fall group. This was a very tough call, in my opinion, between two heifers I like a bunch. We talked about this star-headed one just being so dialed in my opinion, today, and I think that continues on out here in our champion drive. She's so flat-shouldered, so deep-sided, oozes quality about her. And just is so level and balanced. She's impeccable in the way she puts herself together. Very, very good in motion, in my opinion. When we set the cattle to lead, so comfortable, so flexible, yet with a lot of authority as she goes. Black Baldy coming in next is big, extended, attractive. It was impressive to me how stout-featured she is, how extended she was, and yet the way she collects herself is phenomenal, and I think that holds true out here in our champion drive. We talked about this particular division and how these two cattle had to wade through some really good ones, specifically this class that our champion came out of, and that one, even with throwing some manure on herself, still looks impeccable. That's a very, very high-quality animal. We wrapped up with a fall division with one that I think is extremely impressive. I think that's a very high-end, very high-quality female. That's impressive to me how fresh she is at this age, so managed and prepared impeccably, in my opinion. Lots of volume, really sharp-fronted, very balanced. Not quite as big or stout-hipped as the one right in front of her, and maybe not quite as youthful looking as some cattle ahead of her as expected, as she is the most mature, but one that is impressive how fresh she is for that maturity and just all the high-end quality that she brings to the table. So we've got some decisions to make here. I'll get you a couple champions. Again, it's been an absolute privilege to have the microphone today and give you my opinion as we've done throughout the morning. Please give these kids a round of applause of a heck of a set of cattle.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give our judge, Mr. Webb Fields, another round of applause for the great job he's doing, and as he goes to select our champion and reserve champion, Simmentals. This is a second call for champion, reserve champion, and champion bred-known females in our Hereford division. Second call. Also, this will be our second call on Class 4 Shorthorn Pluses. Your champion, entry number 381, J. Slew Rosie, 3418L, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. This is the third and final call. Champion, reserve champion, division, Hereford champions. Please be making your way to the makeup area at this time. Third and final call. Hereford division champion, reserve champion, bred known. Please be in the makeup area. Your reserve champion Simmental, entry number 86, J. Slew Proud Mary, 3654L, exhibited by Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky.
Well, I think we get down here to our last class, and this would also be a division. So congratulations to our champion of reserve on the top side of this particular class. Certainly some diversity in type and kind in this group, and I think there's a lot of considerations to sort through as I look at these 5 heifers. One I'm the most comfortable with, the one that'd be the most fun for me to go on and breed on, is the dark red heifer here that's going to go ahead and start. And it starts at the ground. I'm comfortable with this one in terms of her structure. I like her added foot size, her added bone, one that's got enough balance and look as you study her from the side. No, she's not the wildest looking one as you study her through her front 1/3 that we've seen here today. Maybe not even the most balanced one and from an underline standpoint, but I think both are acceptable. She couples that with a good skeleton. She's got some good useful pieces to go ahead and breed on. There's things I like about this heifer in second. Her smoothness, her length of spine, one that's very nice from hooks to pins. She couples that with a really correct shape there to her rear too. For me, she ties just a bit lower. She's a little plainer there about her jowl, and in a comparative sense, you'd like to give her just a little bit more bone. A bigger framed heifer here that comes next. I don't hold that against her. I like bigger cattle, quite frankly. A heifer that's got a lot of performance and length and power. For me, she needs to put those pieces together a touch better. She wants to get up there in the center of her spine. Has a little more condition on her today, and maybe because of her power and because of her condition, one that struggles just a bit more when we set her in motion. A trimmer heifer here comes next, one that for me still got a cool look, but I guess I question just a little bit where this one's at in terms of gestation, maybe one that doesn't look quite as cavvy as a couple of the others out here. One for me that I like a lot of things about from a look and an outline standpoint. Like to see just a little more body and a little bit more development in that regard. Conclude here with a heifer that's quite a bit farther along in that regard. She's starting to shake down a little at her. You can tell that her time is near. I like that one's body shape, though just maybe some of it's a product of being so far along. One that's starting to get up in the center of her back. She wants to break there in her loin, one that's a little more excessive in her condition. And with all that, one that's maybe not quite as impressive from a power standpoint. But nice group of heifers, certainly some sort on them. My compliments to each of these exhibitors in this division.
Your champion, purebred Simmental, bred known, entry number 185, Savage Angel 311L, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin, York, Nebraska. Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Please be in the makeup area at this time. Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors.